Welcome to Laurence plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow. The factory must grow.
Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays for the Monday night stream, which is, as always, Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio². And I say as always because it's going to take us probably most of eternity to get through this pack. But we're having fun and that's what matters. Hello everybody, who have we got today? We've got No Garden, Blake and Zucker, Tack, Lobster, Mike, Madman, Zucker, Persistent. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream, thank you for joining. And there's a bit of a rant going on over on YouTube about whether daylight savings time is an utter nonsense, and yes, I would have to agree and say yes it is. If I had my way, I'd stick us on GMT +2 and just leave it there, because that way it wouldn't be dark when I got home from work all the time, and who cares if it's dark in the morning? The kids can just get run over on their way to school, I don't care about that. So, right, what are we doing today? Well, last week I through sheer quantities of blood, sweat and tears, I got some Astro 1 catalogues up and being made. Now there's a slight shortage of these green data cards coming through here. As I touched on in the video, that's because up here we have the different machines take different quantities of the incoming frames to deal with them, which is slightly silly. So here it takes 12 to make one of these, and you have a 98% chance of it working. Here it takes 10, and you have a 90% chance, and here it takes 10 and you have an 85% chance. So yeah, it's not quite as smooth as it might be. However, part of the reason it's a bit rubbish is because up here I didn't power this inserter here. So what I'm going to do is put in a little bit more but let's be a bit lazy about it. Let's fix this in a very quick and dirty way here by dropping in a little bit of scaffolding there and putting in a big pylon, which I shall remove later when I finally discover I need to expand this. Because to be honest, at the moment it's producing the cards, it's producing the catalogues at a reasonable rate, so I'm not too bothered about it being a little bit slow. Yes, I do, but I do have one unpowered one on top, but there's enough of that one's memory cards. It's probably the yellow ones, isn't it? Maybe there's not quite enough. Alright, I'll go and fix that one as well. Yeah, it is the yellow ones. Yeah, alright, let's... I was thinking it didn't really matter, but actually, if I fix the shortage of the greens, then we'll probably immediately have a shortage of the yellows as well. So let's just try and have more than we know what to do with, and then everything will be fine. But I reckon when I was making the video that we were gradually increasing the number of greens down here as well. Green is visible, incidentally, in case anyone was wondering. So eventually it would have caught up unless I put in a fourth machine. But yeah, this is absolutely fine. If we look at the production stats for catalogues, well, actually, maybe it's not quite as fine as I was thinking. Because if we look over the last hour at these things, the last 10 minutes. We're making them about 16 per minute, which is about the rate we wanted to do science at, but it's occurred to me I need to make insight out of these packs as well. So maybe maybe I am going to need to increase this a little bit. Anyway, that can come later. At the moment, we should be fine, I think. We'll worry about that in a moment or few. Right, so the next thing to do, I think, for me, is going to be to get the science park up and running, so that I've got something to do with these catalogues. Because as anyone who's played space exploration, which I imagine is probably nearly all of you, because I don't know why you probably wouldn't have come onto this channel if you hadn't, but you never know. If you have, you're very welcome. You might have lots of questions, but please ask away.
This is the first time I've played space exploration. Yeah, it's not entirely. It's the first time I've played space exploration far enough to actually get off the planet.
True. Yeah, I suppose technically you are listening, at least listening to my stream. So, okay. Well,
Yeah,
maybe in theory you are.
That I watch it.
Space exploration is what all the telescopes are for up here, Persistent. They're for having a good look around. So yes, the Astro catalogues get turned into Astro Insights, and then insights and more catalogues get turned into Astro Science packs. So we're going to need more catalogues than per minute than we want to eventually have science packs per minute. So I am going to need to increase that, but that can come in a little while. Apparently they're also they're used for 6 other things as well. So they're they're used for science packs, as we know. It's just there's lots and lots of different recipes for making the insights. And they use for thruster suit 3s. Okay, so not a huge amount else. Right.
Ow.
So
uranium burns. Don't like.
Stop standing in the uranium.
But it's not right, real mother.
It's true. I can't deny it. So we need to make a science park somewhere. Now, let's see. So if we go, Tristan's putting energy science in down here, so that's basically fixed. We're not gonna ask him to move that because that would be mean. I'm doing Astro over here. We have considered doing the material up here, but my proposition is we don't do material here. We replace that with the science park here, because then it's sort of in the middle of where all the science packs are going to be coming from. So it's going to sort of distribute the rail requirements a little bit. Now I think that's probably not going to actually matter. There aren't going to be that many trains rattling around with these in, so I don't actually care all that much. But it seems like an easy place to put it. Basically, it either goes over here or it goes over here. Those are essentially the two choices at this point, I think. Does anyone have any opinions? Does anyone have any opinions that are worth sharing?
Also, no.
Go for the material one, and whichever of the other two gets up there first can take over the top left. Okay.
Or we leave that for production of just stuff like those mirrors, and possibly like the material research packs, and then just because we're going to have to extend this off to the right anyway, so. Yeah, all these things are possible. Okay.
Yeah, the science area is probably actually going to be relatively narrow, because that doesn't generally need to
that's true.
enlarged that much.
But there's no harm in having a big blob of science over here, I don't think.
I have good news. I'm going to probably spend the entire stream negotiating with the locals.
Again?
There's a lot of locals, all right?
I can't. I'm trying to land on this tiny piece of scaffolding I put out here to save fuel, and I can't.
Oh, you're doomed. I've seen you try to land. Oi! Stop shooting at my wall, you wretched little biter.
Welcome to Laurence attempts to land on a piece of scaffolding. There we go. I made it bigger, and that made it easier to land on. So over here, what am I going to need? Well, I'm going to need the standard coolant system in order to deal with all the coolants and get it down to very, very cold stuff.
Oh, I've done a silly. Wait, where's the power gone?
Where is he? He's getting wrecked. I can hear that, but he's up there.
There we go.
Just getting all his turrets eaten. It makes a change. At least it's turrets rather than your face, I suppose.
Yeah.
I just noticed
You
that
might have
in the default installation of our mod pack, there is a respawn button, which is the same red as the destruction planner, but I avoided to press it.
Yeah, I seem to have removed that from my. Yeah, there it is. There's the respawn one. It's got a friendly little skull on it, but yeah, I've removed it from my user interface because, yes, basically, what you said.
Does seem like quite high risk.
Yep.
When do you ever need to kill yourself that quickly? Apart from when Mike's about to start telling a story.
Hey, my stories are the best, all right? Because I am the best. It is known.
No,
Yeah,
I want to blueprint this.
It sort of seems thematically appropriate given that playing space exploration, I'm going shooting all the biters. I was talking to why? Oh, hang on, got to go and get a fetch a substation. Bear back. I was talking to
Oh, I thought you
one of my
stop
clients at
talking while
work.
you're away.
No. I've got to go and get a substation. Yeah, I'm going to walk to the end of the road, mate, and just rip it up. Sorry, persistent.
The way
you're
you
going to be
said
without
be
power.
right back to your turrets.
Yes.
Mike is the best. That's right. Thank you, Zucker. Persistent. You are absolutely right. And Tack also right. Don't mess with Mikey. Might get some fun ideas.
Put that there.
But yes, I was saying to them, look, I come from a defense sector background rather than a space sector background, so I have some real difficulty in some of the conversations we have.
What Mike's trying to say is sometimes he gets a bit defensive.
Well, I was saying in my
Actually,
background,
more the opposite.
if we
It's
shoot
usually
at a
offensive.
planet and if we shoot at a planet and miss, that's considered a bad thing. Whereas that's kind of the definition of success, getting something to orbit.
Yeah.
And they were all really confused. I was like going, but when you shoot, you're supposed to hit the ground again afterwards.
Yes, if you fire and the bullet just never comes down, then for one thing, you're probably using too big a gun.
Yeah. Are you going to be that power persistent because Laurence and Tristan and I think Mark as well expect me to just go out there and rip a substation out the ground? So I said, be right back, I need a substation.
Where did that blueprint go? Did I keep it? I did keep it. That's nice. Try and put it there again. But there's no roboports in. Well, there is a roboport in it, but it's too far across. It's in the area that isn't going to get built. Let's put another roboport in to bridge the gap, as it were. Like that. Yeah, when you need supplies, the factory must grow, even if it means ripping up miscellaneous bits of infrastructure from the street.
Yep, it is known.
I'm quite impressed that my bots seem to be putting down 2x2 pieces of space scaffolding each time they fly over.
They do the same with landfill.
Yeah, I thought I remember there being some sort of problem with that in a Friday Facts post, or maybe they've managed to overcome said problem.
There is a problem in that they don't always do the helpful ones, and so they end up creating a bunch of 1x1s that they have to place down individually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these seem to generally be these seem to be quite nicely on a grid. Although I think there might be a couple of missing ones there because the pattern looks funny, or it might just be that the pattern's slightly funny. I'm trying to see if I can see that pattern.
That could be the thing that they were commenting on in the Friday Facts, and has been subsequently been fixed.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, because that one only brought 3 over for some reason. Maybe the box ran out. Okay, now I need to switch this over to massive mode, construction mode like that, so that it gets a good chunk of that. Okay, so that's my coolant. There was a space exploration update fairly recently, but we haven't installed it because we only found out about it today or yesterday and decided that would be a bad idea. TM. Oh yeah, we've got a smart meter. It hasn't really changed my life in any significant way, except that I now have a little box that tells me how much electricity I'm using, which is occasionally terrifying, or how much I've spent this month, which is also terrifying. So I'm trying very hard to remember how science all came together in my last playthrough in 0.5, so that I can try and avoid any of the pitfalls I might have made then.
I suspect one of the big ones was not making the proper allowances for thermofluid. because you wouldn't have really understood the things like different ones coming back and stuff like that right from the start.
That's not so bad. I was more thinking of the sort of the general layout things, because I had, I think I remember all of my science areas were a little bit too close together, and I had to do some funny things with angles and running them off in different directions in order to squeeze all of the machines in. So I think the answer to that is just going to be leave a bit more space, for goodness sake.
Mhm.
You know what, I'm gonna put down another Roboport over here because there's a big queue forming. There we go. I'll pull those up later once we finish with the mass construction over here. But for now, I think it's going to be quite useful to have a little bit more charging space for all the bots, because at the moment, have we? Oh, we've not got any electricity. Ah. Why are we?
Blob of spit took
Oh,
5 biters. What is this?
That's a you problem, Laurence.
Is it? Oh yeah.
There is plenty of electricity.
Oh no, it's the Roboports are charging up because I just put them down. Okay. No, sorry, I take it all back.
How?
Just killed.
You're standing in spit
But-
with crushed bots all around you. I mean, are you trying to be some sort of Egyptian king and take your servants with you to the afterlife?
But how?
That's right, brain. F for Mike. I think you got spat at.
Everything was dead.
And you got
And
a
then you went and stood in the goo that they dropped.
Go on, Death.
You've got, yeah. So what does that mean on the death counters? What's the cause of death? Is it spitters, or is it going to be just goo?
It's got to be goo.
Well, you've got an F from brain, you've got a Keck W from Machine Freak, and you've got a from Madman, which I think is that rage face thing.
It's not been my week. I mean, I had an absolute
Or it's
mare
a
of a
bunch of
time in
respect.
Minecraft.
Or a bunch of respect. Yes, that's also possible. No, nobody has a bunch of respect for Mike.
Screw you.
You're not my type.
Yeah.
Killed by UFO.
Oh.
Yeah, unidentified flying regurgitation. If anyone can come up with a word that means spit or something similar that begins with O, then we'll start using that. I suppose it's been a little while since we've had a Mike killed in XCOM by a UFO, so yeah, I guess that's it's sort of about time again. Right, well we'll leave.
I've had an
getting on with that.
absolute mare for the last week. I mean, Minecraft. I just.
Is that why you're sounding a bit hoarse?
Faults. Yeah. But
Thank you very much.
very
Here all week.
technical,
Here all evening.
hilarious problems. And then that one.
Thank-
well.
Actually, having just had an answer from Persistent, I'm regretting asking.
Oral this. I want to ask, but I also don't.
I think you just
Oh,
found
dear.
some. That's sort of the point.
Where do you think it comes from, Mike?
This is a clues in the name moment, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I know. I'm going for a walk, alright?
Is this a you maybe sometime? Don't copy the train stop names this time, because I don't want to have the same train stop name. We'll put this one in up here.
Someone wants to send me a jetpack.
What, by delivery cannon?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just cannon it over. Is there something good I can watch on my other monitor?
You could watch my stream.
No, I said something good.
I know. I did walk into that one.
You did.
Okay, so we'll have the
Just go through
astroscience
this
drop
one.
off here. Oh, actually, while this is running, we can do something about with all these batteries, or something to get more of these batteries. So we're going to need this here, and you know what? Let's line them up just for funsies. Bring that up here. We're also going to need disposal belt over here, because we're going to be producing quite a lot of memory cards. So that comes down here, like this. And
Yes,
then we go.
Machine Freak, it is possible to die due to delivery cannon.
We
In
tested
the summary
this.
videos, you will see that one of the deaths that I've got is due to science, which was me being shot with a delivery cannon.
It takes
Because
2 delivery
some
cannon
of us-
capsules to kill a Mike.
So some of us didn't seem to think that being, blasted by a gun so big that it can shoot a thing from one planet to another would be fatal.
Oh no, I don't think
Did
anyone
any of
thought
us
it.
actually think that?
I don't think anyone thought it wouldn't be fatal. We just wanted to shoot you with it.
Yeah, I get that one. Oh dear.
I mean, we are hoping.
Water's full. I'm getting a cream egg. It's happening.
Ooh, I hope you brought enough for the whole class.
I have 37 behind me.
Ooh, that sounds. Well, I think that's borderline enough for the whole stream.
I now have 36 behind me and
Oh
one
yeah,
in front of me.
it looks like most people are watching on Twitch. So we've got far more people watching on Twitch. So my estimate was slightly out. So yes, you do actually have enough for everybody on the stream.
Thank you.
Now start distributing.
All right, I am going to delegate that. Persistent, could you come and collect some cream eggs? I think you're the nearest one to me.
Hang
And
on.
then share them round
If
the
she
class.
goes and gets the cream eggs, are the rest of us going to see any of them?
The honest truth is, I don't know. And how do you feel about cream eggs, Persistent? I don't know about free gifts, Machine Freak. I mean, you are being compelled to watch the stream, which is quite a heavy cost.
Yeah, all right. Maybe it should be maybe it should be cream eggs for subscribers only. I've been making lots of blueprints and I don't know where they're going. As usual. Okay. Oh yeah. So one of them is in my inventory in navsat mode, and one of them is in my inventory in non-navsat mode, which is about as ridiculous as it sounds. Why am I stuck?
All
Okay.
alone,
All by myself. Are we going to attempt to have a Discord sing song where we all have to deal with the lag, and everyone else has to deal with us trying to deal with the lag?
I think that, as amazing as that would be, no.
I have a feeling it was probably a lockdown birthday party or something like that where we attempted to have, or where it's probably it was thought to be a good idea to try and sing happy birthday, and it turned out it was not a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so people discovered the concept of lag.
I remember that one.
Damn it. I'm having spaghetti slightly. It's only slight spaghetti, so it's not too bad. Right, so this is going to be a belt going like this to bring the batteries up to the trains.
Run away!
Oh dear. Get your Fs ready, everyone.
Yeah, it's fine.
And up here. Split it there. Split it there. No. Rotate. There we go. Bohemian Rhapsody's perfect to sing with a bit of delay. I'm going to press X'd out on that one. Disposal belt. Take away all of the stuff I don't want. Even Mike.
I'm saying if Pete was watching, he'd be demanding that we improvise some lyrics to the tune of Bohemian Rhapsody to get lyrics that are related to what we're doing.
Sounds
not like the GTA Christmas run that you did.
Oh yes, I do remember that. Oh, I pulled those up and those got replaced again because I put the blueprint down again. Oh well, never mind. Okay, let's give the station a name. This is Astro Catalogue 1 drop. And so eventually we might get some Astro catalogues out here. Okay, let's change that to be Astro Catalogue 1. Let's take that down to like 2,000 because they're expensive. I know that's poor logic, but never mind. Right, so we're going to be having. What do you do with these things? So we need to make the inside. So that is a thing that is just done from Astro. Oh, we're gonna need 4 stations here, aren't we, for dropping off? Oh, this is gonna get big.
So she said.
Are you getting the stuff from different places?
That's what he said.
Kind of. I
Okay,
mean, it's
that doesn't help. 'Cause
all
if
of the
you're getting them all from the same place,
all the
you
astro.
could
True. I could try and do something.
sushi train.
Yeah, I could try and do something clever. The
Also,
difficulty
there
of
is a compact station design.
yes, and
It's
terrifying.
horrible. But...
It's an interesting idea, actually, trying to do some sort of sushi train. The problem with a sushi train is getting the damn thing to leave when it's full.
If you have enough supplies of everything, then that's...
Oh, and you mean
That's
just
fine.
have it a quarter full of each of the catalogues?
Yeah.
That's possible.
Or you go, you put a demand on it of a full train of everything. That way, if it ever gets down to nothing at the drop-off end, they'll definitely be.
No, but it's
It
not.
wouldn't
It's not that
definitely
I'm
be.
worried about. I'm worried about it having run out of all three of them, and then being having half a stack of the other one in the train. Filtering the wagons would work. It's kind of gross because, well, the main reason it's a bit gross is because you're limiting your throughput. Although later on, I think you're probably relatively even on throughput of everything, I suspect. Yeah, we could do that. Say when it's and filter the train. Machine Freak is seeing someone who's making flowcharts for Pyanodons. Yeah, I've been doing them for space exploration, and I did them for Angel Bobs back in the day when I was playing that. I have not made any for Pyanodons because I think my brain might implode. Also, I haven't played it. Although Mark is starting to play it, and he is some way in. He has made a science pack.
Yeah.
Thing is that even in space exploration, which is kind of a bit more complicated, making a science pack is a pretty mild thing. In Pyanodon, that one that I can't say, that's actually like a major achievement.
Yeah, I did notice in Angel Bobs, and I'm which I because I haven't played Pyanodons. I noticed that actually making the first science pack was quite easy. I having seen a bit of Mark's playthrough of Pyanodons, I'm aware the same is not quite so true with Pyanodons. But in Angel Bobs, the first science pack was actually was still easy. It was just then after that it got rapidly more difficult and terrifying. Oops, that's supposed to be like that. There we go. That explains why there's batteries on both sides of the rail here. So yes, sushi train.
Back in action.
It is tempting. I'd need to move these warehouses up because you can't filter. Oh, you can filter the loaders. I'd have to move the warehouses up or down. Down is probably better actually. Yeah, let's do a sushi train because it's weird and different and not how I would normally do things.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking
Very
as well.
different reaction to me. This.
It was Tristan's idea.
And you say that as though it makes it better?
No, just merely assigning blame in advance.
Fair enough, fair enough. Hey man, if it works for you, why not?
It's your implementation of my idea.
What am I doing here? Right, I'm not going to put anything more into these just yet, until I've actually thought my cunning plan all the way through. So that goes there, and that goes there. That's the easy part of the plan. Then we have 4 outputs here, 4 inputs here that will put them onto the train, and then actually maybe I don't need. Do I need? Maybe I didn't need to move them down. Actually, come to think of it. No, I didn't. All right, let's undo all of everything I've just done. I'll move those up one like that, and then so I still need the 1, 2, 3, 4 across here, and 1, 2, 3 across like that. So those will load the trains, and across here I want to filter these. So I want to filter you to catalog 1. I want to filter you to. I can't filter these ones yet because I haven't got those things, so I'll need to filter them to something weird. So I guess a tree it is. Right, so the idea is then we put in a train, we limit the train, what the train can carry, to being just the particular type of pack that goes into that. We limit the. Sorry, let me get my words in order. And I'll put in a splitter first because while I'm thinking of this, and then start talking about it. So what we're going to do is have have a trains parked here with filters set up on the inside the wagon, so that it will have a quarter devoted to each of the types of catalogues. Now, in the slightly longer run, what we'll probably do is maybe no, in the short term, we'll probably have it just load up completely on each type of them, and then as we get a second one, we'll split it in half and so on. But in the long run, the idea is that the train will always have all 4 of them in. It'll always be completely full, and it'll go up there as and when required. So this does mean I'm going to need another 3 belts of, or another 3 types of the catalogues coming up here, and I'm going to need to make sure they don't sort of tangle up with each other. I also need to limit the belts that are filling it up to make sure that we don't have it loading loading too much of anything into them. Those are going to need to be green cables. That's wrong. So do that. Link that up to there though, and then get some green cables like this. And do that. So, okay. So the idea behind this is that I don't want this to be more than a quarter full of Science Pack Astro Catalog 1s. So what I want to do is program. I mean, these things stack up crazy high, don't they? And the ones I picked up, and they only go up to 50. And so a train's worth is, because these trains are bigger than we're used to. They're five rows, I think. Yes, 5 rows. So that's 2,500. So so there's no point in putting more than. Let's put 3,000 into here. So I want you to run if Astro Catalog. Which is under science, Astro Catalog 1 is less than 3,000. I want you to run. Copy and paste. It's the same. It's exactly the same thing. Now I want to put half of the ones I picked up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite right. Never mind. It'll balance itself out now because of these things. Okay, so that's interesting. We're going to have to. The only problem is now we're going to have to squeeze in another several copies of this for the other science packs all around to go into here. So for the other catalogs rather to go into here. But that's probably going to be all right. I think. I hope. I wish. Yeah, I think this is going to work. The only problem is what the train does when it's sort of not quite full, or I don't know. We'll see. So we can load a train up there with Astro catalogs, and we can unload it up here with Astro catalogs. And I think I'm going to need the same sort of shenaniganery up here in order to unload appropriately. Yeah, and we're going to need, because you can't put filters in warehouses. That's just not a thing. So we're going to need to move this down and have the decisions made on the belt. So if we take all of this, in fact, you know what? Let's just pull all of this up because I'm going to need to redesign this anyway, probably. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 here unloading 1, 2, 3. That's in the way. You don't be there. In fact, you don't be there at all because we're going to need to think about that separately. Dun, 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 down. No. Yeah, I'll fix that in a moment. So then over here we will have a pair of warehouses. These are the ones again the trains are going to unload into. And once again we'll say We'll do it the same way we did before. Actually, do it as we did before. So we'll aim for 3,000 in there, because that's a convenient number that's about a train's worth. It's sort of it's not so much sushi as, I don't know, is it a casserole? Because we're putting lots and lots of, instead of a sushi belt is a belt where you have lots and lots of different things on it, all get traveling along, and you take off the ones you want. This is more like a casserole because we've got this big container called a wagon and a warehouse, and we're just dumping all the stuff into it and trying to cook it. Yes, that's my metaphor, and I'm sticking to it. Then along here again, we want to get the the green cables. Yeah, kind of like a pasta bake, I suppose. They're all similar sort of. Let's just chuck all the food in the oven type dishes. Now, we don't want to have the train forever going back and forth between these two stations whenever it gets a little bit of a little bit bored. But it'll leave here when it's full. It'll go up to here, and then we need to tell it to leave here when it runs out. Leave here when it runs out of something completely. So if we put in a combinatorizer like this, and we tell this one, well, we can change that to Astro catalog drop now, can't we? We make this station do a. Let's do a send to train, and we'll tell the train to go whenever there's a shortage of anything. That'll work. Can I have a train, please?
I'm currently building up a depot thing that will fuel and supply trains.
Okay, that's
So
all right.
if
I'll
you want to grab them from there in future, you can do.
Okay, for now this is fine. The bots can come over and put that down for me. So yes, we'll send the signal to the train to tell it to leave when this station starts to run out of stuff. I think that'll work quite nicely. It'll fuel up from there. That's good. Okay, so now the next thing to consider is what's going to happen on the other side of all of these. So that's going to be this again, in order to get the various different types of science out. Various different types of catalogue out, rather. And I think what I'll do from here is put them onto belts like this. Because that way we'll have slightly less excess of everything coming through. And I'll put through right, and if I underground through here like this and like this, then we can split it on the other side of there and merge the output from the two trains. There we go. And if I just copy all of this bit, except that, and that. Try that again. So we don't need that. This then comes across here. This comes across here. Right, there we go. So we've now got two belts coming out of here, which will have all of the catalogues on them, all four of the catalogues on them. Eventually, once we've sort of stopped them all being called trees, and that'll help a little bit better. Hello, Sophie. Welcome to the stream. Yes, Paul. We've heard that there is a we've heard there's a new update. We haven't installed it yet because we didn't hear in time, and we want to actually have a look at the changelogs and stuff first. Yes, the train is like a player in that its inventory is just going to be full of absolute nonsense. That sounds about right. I actually made a casserole, which is probably why I thought of it. I ended up making a sausage casserole because we had sausages and I was feeling productive at lunchtime. So chucked it all in the slow cooker and just left it for the left it all afternoon. And yeah, it was tasty. My only problem with things like that is that I always end up burning my tongue when I try and eat them because I'm impatient, apparently. Right, I'm now trying to think what I want to do next. So the next thing is probably going to be producing the insights. And to make insights, we want to have all of these available because at some point in the future, we are going to be making insights in a more productive way. So initially, we're going to start off with this recipe, which takes in one Astro catalog and makes 2 insights and spits out a couple of blank data cards. Fine. Later, we're going to start doing this one, and then this one, and then this one. So we're going to want to be able to take all of those. And those go into computers. So at some point we'll upgrade the supercomputers as well. That's fine, easy. Oh, true. Yes, I could have. That's a good point. I could. Yes, if I put the loaders like that and that, then I could have just done this. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have made a great deal of difference. I don't think. It would have been 1, 2, 3, 4 deep instead of 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deep. It would have saved a row. Yeah, sure. Slightly better then, I guess. But never mind. Actually, I could probably squeeze the genuine, but it would have been wider. So, yeah. I'm okay with what I've done. I've built it now, so I'm not going to fiddle with it. Okay, so this is going to be doing the we're going to be doing astroscience down here. So at some point, so actually we'll do the astro insights down here on the first row, and then next we'll be doing there'll be a row that does all of the beryl stuff, or sorry, the beryllium stuff. So I know the astroscience is, as for making actual science packs, we're going to need beryllium plates for the first one. Then we're going to need beryllium plate squareds, then plate cubes, then plate to the fours. And I think because it gets more and more complicated, but there's probably if I leave a sort of a horizontal row for all of that sort of nonsense, that'll probably be all right. Although we might need more trains to bring over other stuff, we shall see. I have this feeling that fitting in enough stations is going to be the awkwardness factor in this build. But for now, let's put in. But let's switch over to this mode. Let's put in somewhere for these to go first, like that. And right, we're not building until we get out to here, so we'll then make this a little bit bigger. And then kind of in line with all of this, do that, and that, and that. Alright, so this is going to be an area where I'm going to be making the, putting in the supercomputers and making the insights. That's my plan. That's an interesting idea. Having wagons that have, for want of a better word, containers on them. So you pull into a station and it just lifts the entire container off and puts it down as a temporary warehouse, and the train can clear off again. I mean, that's sort of what I was doing with my trains on spaceships in 0.5. The spaceship would arrive, and instead of then trying to unload it down belts, the trains would leave the spaceship and new trains would go on, so the spaceship could leave again immediately. So it's the same sort of thing, but on a slightly smaller scale. That would be really cool. I like that idea. Oh, is that what Satisfactory does? Okay, maybe it's not quite as cool as I thought it was then.
Touche.
What am I doing? Oh yeah, I need another roboport over here. That's what I'm doing.
I was going to say, we ask you that a lot. What are you doing?
It's one step up from you, where we just ask, "What are you?"
Yep.
There
Nobody knows.
No, unsubbing is not allowed. You have to stay subscribed forever. It's how my it's how the economics of my channel are going to work. Yeah, I think if you're still quite early on, then it sounds like it's not going to affect all that many of the recipes. So it's probably worth upgrading. And to be honest, we will be upgrading. But the sound of it, it just means they produce slightly less stone. So it's not going to be a serious change to all of your recipes. It's just going to be you need to have. You're going to get slightly less stone out. So unless you've balanced it really, really carefully, then it's not going to make any difference. I think, from what I've heard. Haven't actually looked into it myself yet, so pinch of salt and all that good stuff. What's a good number of supercomputers?
2.
4. Sorry?
2.
I put down 4, so that's 2 twice, so that's even better.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'll work. I can put in blob of that here and here, and then get some pylons joined those. Right. So yes, I'm going to need to worry about coolant for this. So let's bring in. So the coolants are coming over here. What's this? This is in fact what do they need? I think I have a feeling this needed super chill to make the insights. This is not basic insighting. This is basic insight. Oh, it's only cold. So that's probably going to be wrong later, but still, that's this one here. All of this is rubbish. I don't know what it's doing there. We shall have to tidy that up. But there's no point in tidying this up until I've finished putting all of this down, because otherwise we'll just end up with the same problem again. So let's put down the blueprint again, which was this one. So this goes in here like thonk, that. And we can't quite get the last roboport in. We're going to have to go in and do that bit manually. So fly over to here. Ooh, and overshoot by a mile or 3. Stop using up all your scaffolding. That's for emergencies. There we go, that'll do. And again, one more time. Where is it? Lost it. There it is. That one. That goes there. Put that down by hand. Put it in construction mode. Put in some of these. Okay, that'll work. That'll start working eventually. Then all of that'll get built up, and we can carry on from there. So yes, what I was actually talking about was over here, where we have the coolants being prepared, and we're going to need to ship these. We're going to need pipes to pass these further up, and at some point in the not too distant future, we are going to need all of them, I'm sure. So I'm going to put in a nice wide swathe of flooring up here like this. In fact, everyone's going to need all of them, so I'll just do that. Let's go nuts. Oh, you're bringing radiators, that's fine. Okay, so we can run the pipes up from here and then across to these, and from here we can do this traditional down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and down. And then I'm going to need to put more scaffolding in over here. I'm going to put a complete row in because it always weirds me out when I put it when you have pipes going through gaps in nothing, going underground things going underneath nothing. I find that it's just a bit weird and wrong. So do that. The pipes can go across there. The output pipes can go across the top. I should put in the actual pipes in there as well. And then you know what? Let's use copy and paste like we all know we should. That goes in there. Gosh, it's almost as if I put that in the right place deliberately. Then over here we have
but we all know that's not true.
You've little face. Exerters over there, and then a belt across the top as well. So that's going to be my first set of insights. So we're going to need to ship those. We're going to need some of those for making the science packs, and we're also going to need to ship off some of them for making into the significant data. So I'm going to need to have a significant data farm somewhere. The data farm is going to be quite significant. I guess I'll probably put that in between the astroscience and whatever the next science pack is, for a couple of reasons. Partly because that way I don't have to try and guess where all the rest of the science parks are going, the rest of the science areas are going to be. But also because that way, if I've screwed up the amount of space I'm going to need for Astro, we can pull out the insights creation area and move it somewhere else, and that'll give me a bit more space to play with. So I think that's quite worthwhile. Ooh, coronal mass ejection for Norvis in an hour and a half. We'll probably see that today. I noticed we're running at 40 UPS. Has that been chosen deliberately?
No, that's still set on the default. I will look up the command Mark sent.
Okay.
And unlimit it.
And then we'll see how much. See who starts to suffer first, essentially. Nope.
So people might get upset now.
I got 60.
That's interesting. It seems to be me who's getting upset. I'm getting, yeah, my FPS and my UPS are not equal. Yeah, that's weird. I was not expecting me to have problems again. So was this stream? Now we were testing it with streaming.
I'm at 45.6 basically, and not catching up. So I'm building up a distance to you guys.
Yeah, I seem to be at 40. I've got enough UPS, but my FPS has dropped, which is weird, and I'm not 100% sure why that happens. Oh well.
I think if when your computer struggles catching up or hasn't, is lagging behind, the FPS drops for me as well.
Okay, that's an interesting. That's interesting. I'm not sure why it doesn't. Yeah. Okay.
That's what we found before. Yeah, you spend more time trying to catch up, and that tanks your FPS or something.
Do you object to the symmetry, the lack of symmetry of my thing? No. Okay, we'll do that. No, try again. Do that.
I've dropped it to 0.7. Let me know if
Okay.
it
Seems
needs
to be absolutely fine, for me at least.
I was assuming it wasn't before when we were.
It was absolutely fine before. I didn't have any problems.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, so
currently catching up, so when I'm reaching 0 jumps, I'm hopefully back
Ah,
again.
Okay. This is. Oh,
Yeah,
I guess we've
seems
run
fine.
out of. Have we run out of scaffolding then? Is that why this is all a bit slow?
No, I'm working on that, and there's like 1,000.
There's 1,000 in there, and there's 1,000 in there. So yeah, we've got about 2,000. We've run out of bots then. Is that? No. Construction. No. Okay. It's just being a bit slow. It's probably because I'm a long way away, so therefore it's just a bit slow to do everything. That's my assumption. Oh.
Game is same.
I missed the non-blocking saves. Okay, they don't happen all that often though, so it's not too bad. Right, so this is going to be all of my coolant once it all gets built, which is probably going to be a little while. Let's bring the coolant in now. I should actually think about which way around these are. I should program these to do the correct things, which is that one. Get all of those to do that, and so they need the cool coming in at the bottom here, which is this pipe. Let's use a 9 there, I guess. And I'm going to make these belts go under because actually this is a bus system, so the belts should be doing the overground dance all the way along here, like this.
So they should be wobbling free for a
They
second.
should. Not you. Yeah, well, maybe one more. I don't know. Well, that can be added in later if necessary. So 9, and then okay, so we need a little bit more underground pipe like that. Then we do 3. 1, 2. That's a 3. So putting a 3 down there. 3. That one. It's there. Right. So yeah, that'll get my coolant in, and then we just need to get it out the other side as well, like this. That's too far. Much too far.
The bots turned on. That's why. Turn the bots off.
Bots are useful.
Yeah, right up until they fly into the hostile territory and get themselves
Yep.
killed to death.
Yeah. Bots are
And it's
useful,
like,
but dumb.
Yeah.
Actually, let's not do that. Let's just bring it across here. Put it straight in there. And then we can do an underground from here. Ooh, don't do that. How far will an underground reach? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. Right, so that's my coolants. Excuse me. That was one of the weirdest sneezes I've done recently. Right, I say that is my coolant as if that's now sorted. It's not sorted. We need to wait for the and we need to wait for a train of coolant to arrive. And I think it's going to be quite a long time until there is enough coolant knocking around. Ooh, that's something I do need to do today actually. Is boost the coolant supplies. How for the time? No, leave that for now.
My station will not request any, by the way.
Okay,
Currently.
probably for the best since you don't need any. Yeah, so down here we've got the Oh, okay. It's heavy oil appears to be the limiting factor at the moment. So I've only got one of these machines running. Up here, I guess they've just got heavy oil falling out of the sky.
Too many barrels.
Oh, too many barrels. Oh, yes, it was the barrel recycling. That was the thing we needed to do. Right, let's try and sort that out. So, module inserter. I want to put into a recycling machine. That's that one. I'm going to use tier 2 speed modules, like that, because I think we've probably got those. That's not how this works. Do that, and that. There we go. I think we've got tier 2s up here. We'll find out in a moment. We'll find out now, actually, by looking at this. Norbit. Norbit isn't showing up at all. Excellent. We've got everything we need up in Norbit. So we'll fill that up with tier 2 speed modules. That'll give us a big speed boost. It'll eat all of these barrels very, very quickly, and then we'll be done. So yeah, Tristan's put in a lot more of these battery charging machines down here, which has exposed it has now made the problem appear to be my fault again. So that's fair enough.
You're welcome.
Now I don't feel too
I
bad
like
about
what you say appear to be your fault as though it's not your fault.
Well, previously it was both of our faults with slightly different products. I had too many barrels being coming through, and he had too many batteries coming through. So now, so he's fixed his problem, and he's fixed his problem, which was hiding my problem. I guess is what I'm trying to say. How much speed boost has that given them? So it's got plus 120%. So they're running at slightly more than double speed. So that has, in fact, slightly more than doubled the amount of barrels we're going to be getting through. The question is that enough? The answer is probably. Yeah, this does seem to be. This is going down despite all these machines basically emptying out their excess inventories. So yes, just too many lube barrels. How many have you got in there? How many lubes have you got in there? You've got 10 in there. So yeah, we can probably. Yeah, we are chewing through them, but we've got some pipes to fill up down here. It tastes of green. It tastes of purest green. Thank you, Madman. I shall try not to weird sneeze too many more times. So these are getting... I say they're getting chewed. Yeah, there's fewer in here than there were before. But the fact there's still quite a significant backlog along here, it bothers me a little bit. But then I guess we are also trying to empty it. We're now getting through... Yeah, we're getting the barrels in, being delivered a bit more quickly than we were before. So we're emptying them out more quickly than we were before. So we are producing more barrels, therefore it's a self-perpetuating problem. However, we are still chewing through them and recycling them faster than they're coming through, I think. The question is, are they coming up from Norvis fast enough? I mean, the other thing is, I made a to-do list for this stream, didn't I? One of the fixes was to sort out the barrel crushing. Oh, and the cosmic water cleaning. That was the other thing. I remember. Yes, that was a severe problem. So up here, we have this machine that's taking in the cosmic water, and then it's all just wrong, basically. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go over there because there's going to be some bits where I want to pull things up and put them down again reasonably quickly and get this just sorted out and fixed. Yes, because I went through in the last stream. I went through a bit of a flurry of redesigning of the of fluid flows, and didn't do a very good job of it. So I made a couple of mistakes. Chase the delivery cannon capsule. Right, so down here we have the cosmic water, and this pump shouldn't be. This pump is causing problems. Take it away. There we go. Let's put in a pipe there. So now the excess cosmic water can flow out of here into these tanks. And okay, the slight downside of this is we now will have only 50. These pipes are only 50% full. However, if I take this out, because everything downstream from here was a user of cosmic water instead of a producer, so I can put a pump in here, and that will be okay if I power it, which I can do like that. So there we go. Now we can make sure this pipe is full like that. And we can make sure this pipe is floating, because we want to keep these tanks at a certain level based on producing new stuff. But up here, no, that was the wrong button. Up here, we are both producing it and using it, so we can't have this demand in either direction in particular. Because this system here, this loop here, is taking in cosmic water into these machines to clean the contaminated scrap, and then this one down here is taking that contaminated cosmic water from wherever it comes from, whether it's from these machines or coming up from here, cleaning it out and putting it back into the tubes. So if I take that out as well, I can put another pump in here like that. And I think now this is all going to be okay, because we'll keep this at high pressure, which means these will always have plenty to take in. And we'll keep this one up wherever it wants to drift to, which is sort of okay for now. So there is still far too much contaminated cosmic water in these pipes. All that stuff I've just doing there was to fix problems that would prevent me from cleaning up more of it. Because down here we're making lots and lots of contaminated cosmic water because we're using cosmic water to polish the substrates, and so yeah, we need to dispose of it. And currently we're not doing it quickly enough. Okay, persistent. Have fun in the shower. So yeah, well, as you can see, these okay, they are starting to empty. I mean, I feel like the machine we have up there is going to be borderline for whether it's actually fast enough. It's sort of borderline. We're not getting all of them running, but it's doing a lot better than it was before. So let's come up here and start extending things. So we're gonna need another one of these. And I'm not going to rotate it because that'll just make things complicated. So I'm going to put that there. I'll leave the gap, and then we can put in a pipe here like that, and then run pipes up to there like that. So that's that input. That's the bottom stuff around the bottom. Then up the top, yeah. So we get here. We're going to need to have this stuff going in here like that. In fact, I might as well just link that straight across there just because. Oh yeah, and we're going to need a dump route for this gunge here. That's a problem. I didn't plan this one. I mean, I say that. I could sort of... Oh, no, I can't really... These machines aren't the same way round. Okay, that makes this even more complicated. I think I'm going to tap into this one down here. So if we take this pipe out... if I take this pipe out, and then I can have, yeah, this pipe can come across to here, like that, and we will link into there. There we go. Now we can get the gunge out of it. And I need to go underneath this like that. Is that correct? I think it is. Yeah. So we've got the output there. We've got one of the outputs. I haven't put in the. Oh, there's a. Is there a solids output? Yes, there is a solids output. Wait, what? Okay, you make contaminated. Okay, that can be fed out the bottom. That's okay. So we can have a long inserter here like that, and that there. Right. So now we're sort of starting to expand these. This thing is starting to be expandable now. Paul from Beartown tells us there's going to be astrology science available soon. Astrology science is a direct contradiction, don't be silly. That would be interesting, just because of how angry I think it would make a lot of people. I did see a stand-up comedian talking about astrology recently, where he did the standard joke of saying, I don't believe in astrology because I'm a Capricorn, or whichever one it is that doesn't. And someone in the audience went, aha, I knew it! To which he said, well, yeah, okay, I said that, but actually I'm not a Capricorn, I'm really a Scorpio. To which immediately someone in the audience said, aha, I knew it! So he said, well, yeah, you say that, but actually I'm not a Scorpio or a Capricorn. And he carried on like that. He did that about 5 times over, and there was still somebody in the audience saying, I knew it every single time. Whether it was the same person or not, I'm not quite sure. And also, whether they were a plant or not, I have to admit, I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I mean, I think that's one of those ones where after the second or third, people are doing it for the meme.
Probably, but the fact that you do it at least twice, and it's sort of, yeah, you see, this is sort of the point. It's sort of the point he's making.
Yeah.
You're just producing contaminated scrap in the solid side, aren't you? Yes, you are. So that's going to be the only thing coming out here, and that's so it's okay to feed it straight into there. It doesn't have to go all the way around the recycling belt yet again, because that would be ridiculous. I'm quite happy to say, so Paul is now saying that tier 2 of the astrological sciences is limbal ring analysis. Now, I don't know what that is, but it does sound dirty. This is running, yeah. So, okay, so now we now have both these machines running. This pipe is still basically full, though. So that means I need to put in another. Let's take out this underground pipe for a moment, which is just going to make things worse temporarily, but in order to make it better in the long run. Where I'm going to take a copy of that and put it there.
You presumably you cleaned up a load of cosmic water, haven't you? Suddenly the demand on substrate has gone up and it's actually flowing into the rocket.
Ah, yes, I have indeed just cleaned up a load of cosmic water. You are spot on.
I wanted this rocket to launch, and so I added some extra of it.
Ah.
Delimiting the belt, and now it was still flowing more in.
Yes, I've been quite demanding of it on it. How far does that reach? To there. Okay, cool. That doesn't reach. There we go. Put that in there. Right. So now we can get the cosmic water, the contaminated cosmic water, start flowing. And look at that. The pipe is not completely full. So I would call that a success. Whether it's going to be enough in the long term, I'm not sure. But at least for now, we are dealing with all of the contaminated cosmic water that's being produced, and that is that's going down. I approve of that. Let's come over here, and in the interest of pumpiness, let's put in a pump down here to get rid of this stuff. What are you? You're a 9, so pull you out. shove in a 7 instead, like that, and a pump. Please don't link. No, it's not linked. That's good. And a pump
We
there.
have no power.
Yeah,
Oh, Riley?
I cut something.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Plus no.
It's
That's
weird.
fine.
I'm getting nearer the centre of Kothar, and the worms getting weaker.
I think that makes... Yeah, maybe that
Yeah.
sort of makes a sense, because the middle of the planet is where you're supposed to start, and therefore it's supposed to be the easiest bit, and as you go out, it's... Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know.
I was
But
about
is
to
it
say,
like-
these poor inserters. They're moving
It's,
so slowly.
it's bad luck to be superstitious. Nice.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I blame Sleepy for the grammar. Yeah, that seems fair. Poor old Sleepy. Right, so now I have a shortage of copper, basically, because it's coming in by delivery can and it's just getting gobbled up by making the data cards. So,
I should have chucked some copper in the rocket.
not if it's this rocket that you're putting that you're putting substrates in. No.
I mean, it wouldn't as a filling it up thing.
Okay. Actually, yes. Putting copper in that rocket would be okay. Now I have a quick look and think about it. In fact,
'Cause I added some sulfur to it to just top it up.
okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's sort of weird, but I'm basically okay with that. How hard would it be to put copper ingots into it? There's a question. Where even is this rocket? I've forgotten. Oh, it's here. This one.
That'd be fine. That's my spaghetti thing that I didn't actually build, and you thought I did.
Yeah. I mean, it's a possibility.
happy to build
I
that.
don't know whether it's a good idea, but it would. I'm bringing copper up in ingot form and in larger. Yeah, this actually, yes, I think that would be quite a good idea, because bringing copper up in ingot form and by rocket would be much better than bringing it up by delivery cannon, just because of the sheer quantity that we're getting through for making all these data cards. So yeah, if you want to play around with that, then please feel free.
Sure, I'll do that once I've got this battery recycling.
Okay, nice. In that case, I shall put in an infrastructure up here to slice and dice the copper ingots.
So are you going to maintain some copper ingots? So basically, cut them on demand, essentially. So you have a small number of plates, and I will supply more ingots when you run low, essentially.
Yes. That sounds like a plan.
You'll just send me an ingot signal, and I'll send up some when that's less than 0.
Yes. When you say some, is this going to be one of your here have a train full things?
Yes.
Right. Actually,
A train full is some.
there is room in this warehouse. I think we can probably deal with that. I may live to regret saying that, but I think it might be all right.
I mean, there's iron in there as well. So for completeness.
Yeah, the iron isn't required in anything like the same quantity, though.
But for completeness.
Could do. I'm just trying to work out if I can spaghetti that.
You could have both. No, you can't easily. If you had them coming out into a warehouse, you could have them both coming out on the same splitter. Same.
Yeah.
Load. It is getting in fairly spaghetti though.
And what my thought was to do this and follow a suggestion from chat earlier. Oh, damn it, Factorio. Do what I mean, not what I say. Actually, no, I didn't do that. Right, there we go.
Appropriately spaghetti.
There we go. Yeah, that should do it. And then over here we have some scaffolding. What goes on up here? Well, I don't know. I'm probably going to regret putting this here, but I'm going to anyway. I'll put it a little way out. Then I might regret it slightly less.
I mean, the stuff that you're going to be blocking isn't processing stuff. It's infrastructure stuff. So it's probably okay.
Yeah, that was sort of my
now.
my thinkings. Okay, so we'll put those there like that. Is that big enough for a manufactory? I can't see any manufacturers. Let's try and find one in here. And put down one. Oh yeah, easily big enough. I'm going to put it there. So that's, yeah, it's easily going to fit.
I'm just building some bio researching things, factories, and one of them needs 500 glass. That's quite a lot.
That is a significant quantity of glass. You are not wrong.
Yeah.
Is that a greenhousey type thing?
Yes, it's the growth facility.
I mean, that makes a sort of sense if you're making a greenhouse that's going to use a lot of glass, but yeah.
It's
still,
like 400 glass and then 100 lamps, which also take 1 glass each.
Hang on, so it's got massive windows in it because it's a greenhouse, and then it's got grow lights as well because apparently we don't get enough sunlight in space.
I've just got this one solitary.
Oh wait, that's not where these go.
Spit of rock. One just wandering around, just chilling out. It'd be a real shame.
Forcing down only 800 odd health.
So you have. Where is that? Oh, it's on the and you built. I see you built a thing to deal with it.
We both had one shot. Wait, what?
F in chat for the spitter, guys.
It shot you. It spat at you.
Yeah,
You're
no,
standing
it's
still
more
or floating still.
How did it survive the hit? Is more the thing. Stupid spitter.
Mike's dodge foo is less good than expected.
I genuinely thought one shot would kill it. At which point I didn't worry.
Our plan for spaceships is to do lots and lots of research and eventually get them. Does that count as a plan?
I mean, in fairness, compared to some of the previous plans I've heard.
Just use a other thing, substation, Laurence. That'd be much easier. I still don't know why I have such a blind spot for substations. Oh, I say it'll be so much easier. It's not, because it doesn't cover the entire.
Oh, this area I cleared out previously, I missed a single nest and it's now got biters in it.
That's how reproduction works.
Yeah, I know. It's still irritating.
Mike is learning about the birds and the biters.
The biters ate the birds.
I'm not sure that convinced that's any better than the way I was doing it before, but it'll do. Right, so we are going to be unloading with the stack inserters because this is going to be producing lots and lots and lots of stuff, hopefully. So we'll have 3 stack inserters to unload each one of these, and then we'll have. Well, let's put in 3 long inserters to load them up as well, like that. There we go. That's going to be fine. And then you are going to be making copper plates. You are going to be making iron plates, and then we are going to have lots and. Oh, actually, let's do this. There we go. Now I've got one of them on each side of the belt. So good. Flood along here, into here, and then we will have stuff. So that means I now need to put in on the request a signal matron down here. Is that the right one? Where are we doing signal request? Oh, so here's the shopping list. Right, let's put ingots on this. Copper ingots. Not very many. Iron ingots. Similarly, not very many, because Tristan's going to get us a little bit carried away with that. But there you go.
I just had a shot that, in theory, well, yeah, in computer game theory anyway, there's a biter nest here. Oh, crap. I fired a second shot.
Where did that one go? No? Oh, you just firing them all over the place. Okay.
There we go.
Ooh, that was laggy.
In fairness, it's less exciting than I thought it was going to be. Given that there's a lot of uranium nearby, I'd expect that the way that computer games handle these things for there to be like a super duper nuclear extension blast.
There's sort of the barrels explode kind of way.
Yeah. I mean, some barrels can explode.
Especially in computer games.
Oh, yeah.
Right, there we go. I am now requesting iron ingots and copper ingots, and also have a system for dealing with them. I haven't limited my system for dealing with them, though. That's a mistake. How am I going to do this? I guess
Oh,
I'm...
bots. Bots off.
Language.
Stupid bots.
I guess what I'm going to do is this. To here. And then I'm going to say, what are you? Your iron plates. So enabled when iron plates are less than 1,000. Which of these did I just program? That one, I think. Yes. And over here we do the same. In fact, no. Same with copper plates. Like that. And copy paste. Right, there we go. That'll stop them from overfilling this warehouse, completely filling up this warehouse. Yes, all red barrels explode. Am I going to purpose make what for every route, or will I have some distribution center for what, Foxo? The yeah, it's going to be places that I don't know. We're gonna. This is sort of a little bit of a. This whole system here is considered to be kind of temporary, and once we get spaceships, or at least once we get space elevators, I expect it to change quite a bit. So, goodness knows how we'll do things later. Oh yeah, disabling the belts on the way out of the loaders. That would have been easier. Oh well, I've done it now in a way. I've done it in a way that will work, and so I'll just leave it like that. Oh right. Yeah, I think we'll have. I don't think we're going to try and do an LTN for spaceships thing. I think we'll have probably. Well, I don't know. Either spaceships for every route, or maybe, or at least at the very least, we'll have spaceships for every resource, which is what we've got with trains at the moment.
I thought you were.
I don't know. Maybe we are. If somebody else wants to program it, then I will not complain.
I nominate
Much.
Tristan.
I haven't really thought it through yet, so...
Right, we've cleaned through all of that contaminated cosmic water that was waiting, and there's now 108,000 of it in the tanks over here. So that's good. The system is working. Down here, we are making the polished substrate, or we are polishing the substrates faster than we're using them. So that is also good. The limiting factor down here is clearly the rate the copper's coming in. So, you know, once Tristan starts sending me copper in obscene quantities, then we'll sort that out, and that will just work. Okay. Oh yes, of course you are, Fox. Hang on, no, it's the rocket thing you made that I'm going to be looking at some point when I have the time and the round to it. Right. Okay. So down here we have.
Oh, the spitters. I've got a biter as well, just chilling out. Worms I don't mind so much because they don't run after you if you make a mistake.
And they don't reproduce. I don't know if a single biter is sufficient to reproduce, actually.
I don't think it is.
And there's an obvious joke about needing 2 of them in here somewhere, but yeah, I honestly don't know. Right, I think that recycling facility I think is now improved to the point where it should start working.
No, stupid biter.
I was just ready to say F. Run away!
Literally exactly what I was saying.
Or just kite it towards you. Are you given how close you were to your turrets, I was assuming you're just going to kite it up there.
Ah, what's the point?
Where's the power?
I thought he was one cliff further down than he was. Navigational error. And yeah. But look at this wall, and look at that wall. Then look at the distance in between them, and look how clear it is.
That is quite a large distance. You have expanded a significant. And you've not used all that many nukes, which is notable.
You didn't need to.
Oh, you never need to use nukes. It just sometimes makes things easier.
Oh, I don't know.
So, are you going out there because you just want to build an empire, or are you going out there because you're going after more of these core seams?
I need that.
the core seams. Okay.
No, just that one.
Oh, I see. So you're not going to bother with these three either, then? Just the one you poked. Or this one actually, which you've
Nah,
already
no one needs
claimed.
those. Where are we? Where's that one?
Just below your previous upper northern wall. When I
Is
say
it?
claimed, I mean you had a wall round
Oh,
it. I
yes,
don't mean
right.
you actually built a thing on it yet.
Yep.
So biter queens are in the nest. Every biter we see is like an ant, so it can't reproduce. You say that, but a load of biters can get together and have a little biter party and then make a new nest. So they are capable of reproducing, but it takes sort of. I think it takes several of them, and they have to make a nest in order to do it. But they can do it if they try really, really hard and concentrate. Use pollution to generate biodiversity. Yeah, I guess maybe if it causes mutations, that could work. Yeah. What am I doing? What was I doing over here before I distracted myself? So, yes, here we are going to be making. Insights and blank data cards. We're going to need to get rid of the blank data cards. That's fine. We can put them on a disposal belt, and we've got lots of those around. The insights, then, we're going to bring around here and loop up, and then start trying to make them into science packs. Robots off because I don't want to use up all of my pocket stuff. So we'll start making science packs along here. Yeah, here we go. So I'll make the science packs along here and also pass off the insights further up. And then I'll have another row here that will do the making of the beryllium things that go into the science packs. And then we'll have another row above that that will do the making of the actual insighty things themselves. So you come along here like this and turn. Actually, let's have another chunk of bus here. Do I have anything down here that? No, there's nothing else on the bus at this point, is there? No, there isn't, because I'm doing the science park, which is brand new. So down here we can have a section of bus that's devoted to insights going up here, and so we can put all 4 insights onto that. We can have significant datas coming along here. And I don't know. What else are we going to need to pass around for this? There's going to need to be a little bit of internal stuff, so we'll do that on here as well. Yeah, I think that's probably okay. So along here, we need that to get built. So let's do that from. There we go. Let's do that from our pockets because I want this bit to be done straight away. Here we are going to put in a. We'll take Astra up the first one because it's the first one I'm doing, so why not? And so here we are going to split off. We're going to take the insights to the north, like that, and then the data cards can come off this way. And they can be fed onto the scrap belt, which is annoyingly someone's put pylon in the way. That someone is of course me, but it's still annoying. And still in the way, so we'll get rid of it like that. That comes up there, and then that is a scrap belt, believe it or not. However, it does need a splitter over there to merge it onto that scrap belt, and presumably one there as well. Yes, like that. Right. So we'll now dump the memory cards out this way, and they'll go around to be recycled. Excellent. Next step is, what did I say the next step was going to be? I said I was going to do the science packs next, didn't I? And if I remember, well, let's check this out because I don't want to get this wrong because that'll be mildly embarrassing. No, I think. Well, I don't. Oh, actually, that's a thought. Is so when biters, if you for example, if you had a massive group of biters coming in to attack your base, and you then, I don't know, you went away, so they got distracted, and then you sort of, and then you sealed them off somehow, perhaps with water fill. Would those random biters then be able to build a new nest, or is it only the exploratory groups that are sent out from the nests that have the proto queens in them, and they're therefore able to build new nests? Who knows? I've never tested that.
I suspect that it's only when an exploration party gets sent out do they have the code thing to go to such a position and make a base.
Right. You could
Because
be right.
Proto Queens are sort of lore, they're not actually coded in the game.
Right.
That's
So
part of the
they are,
anyway.
but so they are functionally coded, as you're saying. But it's not that they're a byte because it's only the exploratory parties that go and make them. But but they're not actually specific. There's nothing special about those particular biters. It's the group of them that just has a nominal. This contains a proto queen thing.
Yeah, that's my reckoning. Is that it's my reckoning based on how I would expect it to be designed, rather than it being a particularly sort of I
Yeah.
decompiled the code or anything. Yeah, I would expect that
How big are these?
you
3.
wouldn't put in all the extra code for Byter AI for making them reproduce, etc. Because that's actually quite a complicated thing to add in. And you
Yeah,
don't
and it doesn't really add
need
anything.
it.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't do that because a lot of effort, minimal returns. Because it's also only going to occur very rarely.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
having a group and just saying
that.
you guys, you are going to go. You're yes, you're going to go out and try and stake new biter territories. Makes a lot more sense. I agree. Seems reasonable and also therefore likely. Right. So what's next? Yes, these. Nope, not like that. Like that. There we go. That's better. And the same on the other side, but for coming out. Right. So you guys are going to be making the. Are you making straight? Have I got to this? Have I got to this step yet? I've lost track. Oh, and how many inputs do they take? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in the liquid. Damn it. There's not going to be room for that. Move you up 1 then. Like that. And then get rid of all of that because it's in the wrong place. Oh, these could be 3 pipes as well in that case. So let's get rid of that and that and that. It does occur to me I'm doing all of the design work here, which is going to make things much easier when we come along to do the next science pack, because then we'll already have all of the basic design of it. And it's only going to be some minor fiddly bits that need to be tweaked in order to get it to work for the next one. So you're welcome, I guess. Right, there we go. That's going to make science packs for me when they finally arrive. Right. Biters that aren't part of a nest will pass to the nearest nest. Okay. And if not, the game will just delete them. Expansion groups are chosen as such. Foxo agrees with you, Mike.
That just shows that he's a man of class and intelligence.
Although Paul thinks they turn into worms. Foxo disagrees. Okay. Yeah, Krastorio and space exploration are they go very well together, and they're not melting our brains at all, honest. Things seem to be going reasonably well for us, I think, so far. Except for our UPS scores, that's struggling a little bit. Okay, so let's program these guys up so I can look at what they need and think about things and think about what I've done.
I think you'll be getting ingots now.
Need to do that just in case something stupid happens. There we go. So what I've done here is I've rotated the middle machine so that we've got the side inputs are lined up so that they match. Because if you don't do that, sometimes the game decides that actually this pipe and this pipe are linked because it goes through here, up here, and then all hell breaks loose and it's just a massive headache and you can't put anything down by hand. The game basically still works, even because the liquids can't get between the pipes, but it breaks your brain because you can't put anything down by hand and you have to do everything by bot or go and find where you did that small detail of nonsense.
I don't think it's just sometimes it breaks. I think it's that it always
okay,
does
that will
Yeah.
yes, that will break it. I kind of misspoke. Yes, you're right. This is warm and this is warm.
I found a mineral water deposit on my planet.
A wattle?
Mineral water deposit.
Oh, nice.
Although it's only got 146k, so it's not worth mentioning. But
it's probably the sort of the starter patch that every planet is guaranteed to have, or something like that.
Nope, it's up there.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look too starter planetary. Are you on your way out to try and liberate the entire planet?
Is it that obvious?
Kind of. I mean, oh dear. Fine. Is this just
I
because
mean,
is this just because we asked you to do material science and you don't want to?
listen. If those
You
those of
introduced
you
him
who
with
remember
iridium.
Yeah, I was going to say those of you who remember the season 1 trailer will remember that Tristan was described as anyone who thinks that somebody with no wait listen
You
brain
keep telling us to
melted.
listen, but you don't say anything, or at least nothing worthwhile.
Yeah, Tristan was introduced as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in game is a noob.
Hmm.
Well, I've got let's see, less than 5% of that. But no, joking aside, it's with the smallest number of hours in the game by quite a long way. I think a factor of 4. At the point of the start of this run, I mean, I'm catching up. Percentage-wise,
Well,
anyway.
yeah.
Oh, bite base.
Nope, don't do that. I was talking to myself
yeah,
there, don't worry.
That's right. Yeah, I've got iridium, which has also been a bit of a mind melter.
Yeah, that was
Which,
a bit
fine.
that was unfortunate.
Yeah, and in fairness, we didn't realise how much of a mind melt it would be. Oh, things are being damaged. Oh, that's done. That's fine. Not fine. Not fine. Don't stop moving in front of biters.
Don't stop moving to the funky biters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still doing my sort of more traditional thing of secure space, make it expandable. A standard rule of if you think you need something, put 2 in minimum because you're going to need at least that, and so on.
Yeah. Yes. There is definitely sense in trying to have lots and lots of resource, where resource could be all kinds of different things. Yeah. Your chat says your planet looks like a pizza.
The planet is a pizza.
It's it's both round and flat, so it makes everybody happy.
Pizza.
Yeah. Yes. Yes with I should trim mechanics. To be honest, you can make any planet biter free just by going out and killing them all, because because the planet has a limited size, you can get all the way out to the edge of it. So if you go out there and kill all the biters, then they can't expand, and your planet is then safe. But the air at that point, you can make as much pollution as you like, because it's not going to bother. There's not going to be anyone there for it to upset. What do we need here? Oh, I've just had a thought. If I'm building this like this, there's room underneath to send more of the packs through. Oh, but I haven't really thought about where I'm going to put my catalogues. So I was going to say this was going to be for insights. In fact, this is for insights. We've got one here. One belt of it anyway. This okay. So we can put maybe we'll put the catalogues up and down here as well, because we're going to need them. We're going to need catalogues over here, and that means we're going to need them all of them eventually down this way as well. Let's bring them right. Okay. I have made a. Well, I need to redesign is what I'm trying to say here, because I forgot a step. So put that there like that, and yeah, that's fine. That there and there, and these two can come up here like this. This should also be using the standard bus pattern, like the like this. To go from there, yes. Right, so that's still fine. And then we can bring that one across one more, just for neatness sake. Sorry, I'm muttering to myself rather than giving actual proper commentary. So, what has just happened is I've suddenly remembered that all of this stuff around here is also going to require all this is also going to require all of the catalogues. So I can't just bring them along here and then pass them around. I need to have some sort of system to bring them up here, and I don't know how much I'm going to want to expand this. I've noticed there's a tier 2 of these machines later, so I guess we'll see how many we need for tier 1 at an appropriate speed, and then we'll more of them in later. We'll also put this along here like that, so we can bring those catalogues along there. So. Is someone laying down a bunch of concrete? It's entirely possible. I'm laying down a bunch of scaffolding, but not a particularly huge bunch. Yeah, I'm unsure about exactly how I feel about having biter free playthroughs. On the one hand, yeah, they're not really the point of Factorio, and they do just make your game run slower. But on the other hand, taking them out feels a bit cheap, and they do have. There is a reason for biters. The biters are there to sort of prevent you just expanding and to give you another logistical challenge. Yada 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 yada. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna criticize for having a biter free playthrough, but I'm also gonna say that yeah, that's not what we're doing. Obviously, because there's biters. Right, we need many things for this. As you can see by the fact that I've just gone with all of my input belts here. This is going to be specifically taking off the catalog ones over to that side like that. That's going to be going underneath, which it hasn't done. So we can do that. There we go. Right, so that's sorted that problem out now. And then over here, we'll have somewhere down here. We'll have the next thing. We'll have a similar thing for doing the next tier of sciences and the next and the next and so on. So we can fit all those in line with each other because they're all going to require that and that. And one of these, which is the thing I've got going across the bottom. So the only thing that needs to be different now is having different types of beryllium going across the top. So we are getting there. So I would say pull up. No, I'm going to need that a little bit. Let's put the first type of beryllium in here, like that. Actually, so we'll do that. And then these two are going to be the standard things, which is the significant data and the insights. Insights are coming from here, so we put in a splitter there. And then we can do that. That goes underground like that. Job done. Easy. Significant data is going to come from miles away up north. We're not dealing with that just yet. Beryllium is going to come in here. Beryllium plates are going to come in here. So we're going to need another sort of swathe of, what is my standard? I'm just going to build this size because that's probably big enough, and leave a gap as well because that's probably for the best. Have a bit going out like this. In here, I'm going to put in a space manufactory that is going to be turning beryllium into beryllium ingots into beryllium plates, and also later on it's going to be turning some of those plates into beryllium the next things and the next things and the next things. So we're going to be building up lots of those things here and then just feeding them down on various belts to come across here and go into the science production. And also we're going to be bringing the significant data down here as well somewhere. Might as well bring it down here actually. There's a free row here, so we'll bring it down, bring the significant data down here. And this is going to be the last thing that needs it, so we'll put that in like that. There we go. I feel like I'm making good progress. My brain is sort of what I'm thinking is starting to come together on the screen. So that's a promising factor. I think. Well, Mark's Pyanodon's game is biter free, and I think with Pyanodons I can completely understand it. I think the challenge.
No, Mark needs biters, and Mark's cheating.
You think maybe Mark should do a Pyanodons and Rampant run. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure.
It probably lasts about 2 hours before you just haven't managed to automate making ammunition and get eaten.
I thought you were going to say it'd be about 2 hours before Mark completes it because he's that efficient.
No, I've seen how long he's going on with just Pyanodons so far, and he's managed to plant some flowers in boxes so far. That's basically it. But I should be doing some videos about that in the future once he's done enough that we can put together a backlog so he's not pressured basically.
Okay.
Tack, because whilst I see the value of having biters in there, they are not the part of the game that I particularly want to. Oh, a meteor. There's I think is that the ping of a meteor? Yes, it is. There's a red meteor ping just appeared right next to me, but fortunately the meteor got shot down, so it didn't scare me.
Oh, that's a shame.
I know.
Because science demands that we find out what happens if a player gets hit by a meteor.
That could be
the word that springs to mind is hilarity.
A fiddly science to do, a tricky science to do, I suspect. But
Well, yeah, I mean, we'd have to just sort of take the opportunity of it happening for reals. We couldn't
So what you're
engineer
saying
that
is
way.
you have to not put down the meteor defenses anymore. Just rip them up from Norbert.
I think one of us should take that hit, and I think it should be Laurence. As the cameraman.
There's nothing stopping you recording your play as well.
Apart from the fact I listen to all the music in the background and things like that.
That doesn't
Yeah.
have to go through to the.
It doesn't have to go into the recording. You can split them out like you promised earlier you were doing with GTA audio.
I am splitting those out, and
Right.
you have no evidence to the contrary.
So you could do exactly the same for your music as well. Is my point.
So as a lifting back the curtain slightly, Laurence is still producing videos from runs we did several months ago, and so
August, I think, at the moment.
that's
That is indeed several
5
months ago.
months ago.
I'm not arguing. I'm giving. I'm
Supplying
giving context.
additional information. No, it's all good. It's all good. And
Yeah,
so
I got
therefore,
quite a
he's
large
not-
backlog.
Yeah, he's told us all that we need to improve the way that we handle audio, which is fine. Yeah, that he's doing.
Quite a lot of you
So
have
we've-
fixed it since. I'm just not convinced all of you have fixed it since.
Yeah, we've all done this, but we won't find out if we got it right for another 6 months.
If only you actually had your own audio, so you could check it and see.
I know, right?
If only you
If
had.
there was some way.
If only you'd kept the videos you were making, then maybe you'd actually appear in the videos as well. Not that I'm
Yeah,
sort
that's the other thing is that Laurence has gotten a little bit cross with me for deleting footage that's over 6 months old.
Oh no! I'm not cross with you for deleting the footage that's from 6 months ago. I'm cross with you for not uploading the footage 6 months ago onto my server where it would have been safe.
Yeah, in fairness, I thought I had.
Get your objections right.
Yeah. I did.
We're a well-oiled machine around here, aren't we?
Well lubricated, is it?
Probably. It tastes of green, as discussed earlier.
Yeah.
Well, Tack, in that case, if your friends insist on biters, then you should insist on your friends being the ones to clear the biters out for you when you need to go off and expand somewhere else, and you'll do other stuff. Yeah, part of me is sort of intrigued by Rampant because I haven't tried it, but part of me also just doesn't want to. I'm just not interested in it.
Yeah.
Whilst I feel like, as I said many times, having the biters is worthwhile. Having extra biters is not so worthwhile.
Yeah, so I used to stream TAC quite a few years ago now, about 4 years ago, and it stopped.
We have discovered that having two streamers in the same game is kind of awkward. So when we were playing Minecraft Dungeons, Dragons and Space Shuttles a little while ago, both myself and Al, who you'll have seen his announcements popping up on the Discord, we were both streaming, and it meant that a lot of the time, because my attitude towards streaming is that I should be talking nearly all of the time in order to, or at least there should be talking happening basically all of the time, and it should be at least sort of vaguely relevant to what's going on my screen. So us chatting idly about Factorio is fine because it's relevant to what's going on screen. But somebody talking about, well, I'm going to put this inserter down here because then I can pass the ingots out of this delivery cannon chest down the belt into here to be chopped up, that sort of thing. If somebody else was talking about that, then it wouldn't be relevant to my stream and it'd be a bit weird, and I wouldn't feel comfortable talking over the top of them. So I set up an overly elaborate system that allowed me to mute his talking through Discord, allowed me to mute Discord for coming through my stream, and stopped my mic going through Discord as well. And it was all a bit complicated and a bit weird, and it didn't work brilliantly. So my feeling is that you're probably best off only having one streamer per game, because otherwise
Yeah, I mean, there's other ways of handling it.
There probably are,
yeah.
but that we didn't come up with a good one.
Well, yeah, I mean, the standing one is that you basically you do keep talking at once, but you mute each other, and then you have some way of signaling each other to get attention, like
Right.
in-game chat.
Yeah, and that's quite good. But but then it's almost, you lose a lot of the advantage of playing a multiplayer run like this, because a lot of this is the sort of the fact that is the chat and the banter between us and so on. And if you're sort of turning that on and off, then you get a certain amount of conversation going on, but you'd miss out on quite a lot of it as well. And I think it would spoil it. So.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm saying is that yes, we could do that, but actually we want to hear you talking. So.
I think it's the first time you ever said you
I
want to
know,
hear me
right?
talking.
That's why I said it in a slightly incredulous tone.
Yeah.
It was, I can't believe I'm saying this, but... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, because when I streamed, it was a multiplayer stream as well. For the Factorio stream, I did anyway.
Oh, I need to get sound
Is I
effects
would
out.
often go and look around at what, I spent more than half the time looking at what the others were doing.
Yeah, I suppose I tend to do that in the videos. I mean, I'll look if someone says, "Hey, I'm doing a thing," then I'll go and look at it. But I mostly tend to leave that for the videos, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But yeah, I mean, I was doing it sort of as a, oh, look, this is what we've done right now. This guy's doing this guy's doing this guy's doing this, and this guy is, what are you doing, you muppet, kind of thing.
Stop that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. That's disgusting, or whatever.
That's what she said.
Better believe it. Am I going to have... How many science packs am I going to have room for doing this? Let's see. So there's room for 5 in a chunk of bus, and we need 2 per thing. Oh yeah, that's going to be okay until we get to deep space science. Okay, that's quite a long way in the future. That's true. If we weren't playing multiplayer, then we... Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's true. It was a confluence of many bad ideas that led to the wiggly tracks. That's true. Yeah, rampant requires you to really keep on. Yeah, I think that's sort of the point. I especially when I'm streaming, I tend to sort of stop and talk about what I've been doing for a while every so often. Admittedly, at the moment, it's while I'm waiting for the bots to come over and just get all this stuff built up for me. But there's quite a lot of not actually playing and just sort of talking about things. So I need to make sure that I don't get my face eaten while I'm doing that. So rampant wouldn't be ideal for me. Oh, I like that idea, Foxo. The space exploration PvP suggests that maybe someday we'll be able to put the sleeping friend into a delivery cannon and create a makeshift biter meteor. Now I've noticed there are advanced sleeping friends like down here. We've got all these unit capsule things, so maybe you'd be able, I'd be able to find some way of deploying them that way. That would be extremely entertaining. Especially you could look at your opponent's base and try and spot somewhere that wasn't really covered by navsat. Wasn't really covered by radar, and then just try and drop them there, and then you get a little cluster of biters building up and a nest forming and so on. That would be extremely funny and extremely cruel. I mean, it probably wouldn't actually be that difficult for them to go in and clear out, but it'd be funny when it happened. Right, I am now going to try and make significant datas. That's that one. You are lots and lots of insights and cold thermofluid, and you're done in a super duper computer. Right. I don't think I have seen Moon. Delivery cannoning somebody around would be quite nice, but given that we can't deliver, given that delivery cannoning circuit boards appears to destroy them, I suspect that delivery cannoning people would also be unfortunate. Right, so basically,
but hilarious.
Oh yeah, almost certainly hilarious, but probably wouldn't go well for the test subject.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well volunteered, that man. Ah, I need to put one pylon between those two. It's all right. There's plenty of room, and it's out of line. How much does that bother everyone?
It's fine.
That's what I thought.
Just realised I don't actually make medium or small power poles on my small.
Is your small a bit too small?
Yeah. How much do I care? That's the real question. I need the blasted things. Ugh.
Just go full substation. I bet you're not making those either, but you could make them instead.
Yeah, I'm not making them at all.
I'm still trying to train myself to use substations a bit more, and I'm not doing very well at it. Alright, so that's going to bring in all of the insights over to here. So at some point we will expand all of this to be using all of the insights all of the time, and that'll be awe-inspiring. And then we can have the significant data come out here, And they're kind of an insight, so I might just put them onto a belt over here. We'll see in a minute when I think about things and rack my brain. So how we're going to do that. So you're not going to be doing that recipe. You are going to be doing the Astro, that one basically. We presumably have only got the we've only got the single catalog insight recipes at the moment. But no. But once we get, I did look at that right, didn't I? Yes, we've only got the single catalog insight recipes, significant data recipes at the moment. So that's as it. Let me go back a sentence and try that again and get it right this time. We've only got the single insight significant data recipes at the moment because we haven't researched the better ones yet. That's fine. We have room for expansion here later in the future once we've got those. I say room for expansion. I mean the system that I've built is fully expandable, so that's fine. That will work nicely. We just need to get them all out there. Yeah, it's nice having people to help me with it because I mean I could. I could get through this mod pack on my own, but I mean I did with Space Exploration 0.5, but it would probably take the rest of my life. So it's I say the rest of my it would take me a very, very long time because with Krastorio² added in as well, it is a big mod pack. So yeah, having other people along to help means we can make decent progress, and every so often you get a nice surprise. Like you come in and you go, oh okay, I've scraped together all the stuff I need for this science, managed to make it. Oh look, I've now got all the stuff I need for this science because Tristan went off and got cryonite while I wasn't looking, and that sort of thing. So you get these nice surprises, which is quite good.
It'd probably take you like 4 or 5 times as long to do it solo, and would be less fun because you wouldn't have. Talking. It's sort of 4 times as long because there's 4 of us, but there's the parallelization stuff.
Yeah, I think the parallelization does help because it means you don't have to go. You don't necessarily have to go running off to another planet when something goes wrong. Right, so we've got 4. Yeah, let's use this for significant data as well because there is room for that.
I'm afraid your copper chopping wasn't fast enough.
Oh, so I got a second train load, did I?
No, I boosted it.
Oh right. Oh, it just simply wasn't fast enough for the demand, not supply.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. It's caught up now. There are now 3 available belts for it to output on.
Right. Okay. You're very kind. Listen. That's not the right button. Let's have a look at what he's done to my copperizer down here. Oh, I see. Right. We do seem to have caught up with copper on the copper supply now, which is nice.
Literally just happened.
Oh, yep. Here comes some copper. Copper.
Yeah, copper is double-sided. Iron is still single-sided.
Okay.
They were also all inside only initially, which was an interesting approach.
That's interesting. I must have copied and pasted in after I programmed the sidedness of them because it was supposed to be copper on one side and iron on the other in case it backed up. I didn't expect it to back up, but you never know. I'm paranoid.
Oh, it would have done. The copper would have. Oh, it wasn't backed up. It was just constantly flowing.
Yeah, that's a different problem.
Copper basically blocks everything.
All right, so we are now limited. We are now limited by the rate we can polish the substrates at. Is that what's that limiting by? Why are you not running? You, what are you doing? Why are you sad? You're full of. Oh, there's a missing pipe. So that's the problem. No. There, yes, that way. I'm not sure how many time lucky. Right, okay, so yeah, all of these machines now running flat out, and it's not even filling this half belt down here. I could extend that a bit further, get a few more on there, a bit more on there. It might be a good idea. And at the moment, we're producing memory cards at a rate. We have 1,000 in it. How many is that? That's okay. It's less than a train full at the moment. At some point,
5,000 is a train load.
Okay. Has the second train gone anywhere? I don't know.
Yes. I took it because
you're nearest and you're green.
I set the 10k that you set. Have you lowered yours?
No.
Do you want to lower it and tell me what you've lowered it to? And I'll clone it on this one.
It's somewhat arbitrary, to be honest, because basically it's the number at which when it gets below that, you're going to ask for another train. So it
Yeah.
depends on your throughput. Basically, it needs to be enough that that it doesn't run out before the train arrives. So to be honest, 2K would probably be enough. Let's set them to 2K, at least for now, and we'll increase them later when we realise that we
Increase
don't
them
have.
when they're a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I do need more. Actually, I suppose I could get the train to do the inside, go and get those catalogues. But I suppose assume it's fueled. Yes, it is. But kind of, I don't know. If you there's only less than 500. There's less. Yeah, there's about 500. About 1,000 of them. But it would let me get the system up and running. Oh no, it wouldn't, because I still haven't got any thermofluid. Maybe I should go and have another look at thermofluid. Ooh, I should paste this in again. Blueprint. That blueprint. Put it in again. Here. Build all of that. There we go. Right, now I can start deleting the bits that aren't supposed to be here because I put down the entire blueprint. So none of that should be there. Nor should that. Nor should that. Nor should that. I don't even know what that is. Get rid of that. This is a... Oh, no, none of this. This is a disposal belt from goodness knows where. From something. Yeah, that's the problem with pulling up a random blueprint from somewhere else. It's just a bit... It's got random other nonsense on it. Okay, that is now tidied up and, well, will eventually be fully built, I assume. How are we doing? Oh yes, up here we need the coolant. That's probably a good next thing to think about. So over here, pipe. I need some more. Landfill over here, space fill over here, whatever we want. Nope, not there. There. So that comes up over here like that, and then we do the same down here. No. Like that. And now I need to pipe the appropriate thermofluids into the appropriate machines. So let's take a long pipe and go. That's too many. That one, and up here. I don't know which one's which. You are cold, and you are also wanting cold. Good. Okay, see that's this one. Yes. And that's this one. That's convenient. So along here we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means a 5 bump. And is that 3 across there? Yeah, I think there's a 3 across there. So put in a... No, it's not. That one is though. I should have known that because I've done this before. Nope, not that last bit. There we go. So that, and then here 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, plumbed. I think there's a chance that this might actually work. I haven't really. Wait, what? What are you doing? Oh, right, okay. That's the insight's coming up there, going into here as well. Science pack's coming out here. I haven't put anywhere for the science packs to go yet, so let's do that. That's going to be science 1, and we'll get science 2 onto the other side of that. And then we'll get science 3 and 4 onto that one. And then these can go off to wherever we decide we want to do the science. I could put the science in the middle of here as well, because it's going to be a thing that we're going to need lots and lots of. Oh yes, the competitive Factorio talks. Yeah, we've had bits of lag in this game, and we sorted it out by running it at the speed that the slowest computer can run it at, which appears to be mine, rather surprisingly, because I thought we got round that. But anyway, who knows? Things you aren't allowed to do due to UPS impact. That makes sense. Maximum bots, yeah. We do, yes. We've got the gopher. We've used that spaceship for transporting. Basically, mostly used it for transporting people. So taking me out to Agnair and dropping Mike off on Kothar and so on. So we've used it for transporting people rather than transporting goods, basically, which has worked pretty well. It's got all the stuff we needed. It's got us around much more cheaply and efficiently than using rockets would have done. Oh, I need a combinator in here as well. You signal transmitter. You are what are you? You are from Science Park, I guess. Spelling is hard. I'm going to call it Science Park Astro because we're probably going to put different additional ones of these in for the different for the other sciences further up. But for now, this will work. I may end up calling in more resources into here once I work out what's required for the stage 2 beryllium product and so on in the future. But we'll see how that goes. So that's that. Right. So now this is somewhat exciting. Now I can go off to Talos and program another one of these delivery cannons. So down here, what have we got? You are from Norbit. You are from Norbit Astro. Your default. So you are going to be from Science Park Astro, like that. You are hooked up to there, so you need to fire at Norvis Orbit at there, and I'll just turn that on like that. Then as soon as I start sending signals over, it'll start firing, and everything will be great. So here we are. We have this. I want to set this to -1 beryllium ingot. If I can find the damn things. There they are. -1 of those. And then wiring it in would help. If I then plug it into here, we should immediately get some beryllium. Well, I say immediately. In a moment, some beryllium should arrive. It'll then go into here, be sliced and diced, go down here, and be ready for sciencey time. So yeah, we are nearly. Well, we are getting closer and closer with each of these things. I think the big thing that's stopping me now is the catalogues here and the coolant. So in a moment, I'm going to take another look at the coolant and find out why that's still waiting. What's going on here? Is that just still charging up over on Talos? I was expecting to get Science Park Astro. Yeah, you. Oh, that wasn't set up properly. When that is less than 0, there we go. Didn't check all of the settings properly. And any moment now. But there it is. Thump. And we've got some ingots. And we've chopped some ingots. And we made. Let's put one of these on the near side. Actually, let's not do that. Let's have them both dropping on the far side, because then I can put something else on the other side of this belt. So that not that'll help very much, actually. Maybe we won't do that. Okay, so there we go. We have now filled up all of these Science-O-Majigger machines down here with the beryllium plates, and the system has gone to sleep because that's everything it needs. So I'm going to send this down to I want to make sure I get the right place. Astro, yeah, we want you to go to Astro Catalog Pickup 1, and then go to Astro Catalog Drop. That's fine. And for now, we're just going to go for an inactivity. And then up here, we're going to go for an empty cargo. And so then we can do a... This is going to lead to the train going forever, but I'm just going to run it once. So we'll come down here, turn the station on briefly. Is it you? No, it's not you. It's down here, a bit further down. So we'll turn the station on for the moment. Because the way it's set up at the moment isn't going to be relevant later once we've got the sushi set up properly. But for now, I just want to get some stuff flowing here and find out how things go. So this should summon the train. I said this should summon the train. Did I not turn it on? I didn't turn it on. Here comes the train. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the train. Right, and then these will flow. These will not, because there aren't any trees, by which I mean later science packs, catalogues. So we'll flow those through. The train will not fill up, but it'll get a decent chunk of science into it, up to about here, or here, like that. We'll then go, okay, it's done. 5 seconds later, the train will depart. And I'm going to turn the station back off again. I said 5 seconds later, the train will depart? Why are you not going there? Destination full. Oh. I've been too clever up here. Don't enable the train limit. Actually, set the train limit to 1 because that's a sensible number to have a train limit on. Just so we don't get... Not there should ever be more than one train going there. So right, now the train comes around here. This is looking promising. It's going to take a fairly long way round, admittedly, but never mind. That's just the way we've got this place set up. And it'll pull in here like this and swiftly unload. Like... Okay, I haven't set it up properly. Let's go and have a look at that. No, stop flying. Ah! I have no control over my character, apparently. There we go. Right, so down here I needed to set all of these up. So these are all, yes, these are all wired up to here. So these were going to be set to unload when the number of their appropriate type of catalogue is less than 2,000. So we copy that from there and there. There. No, copy that to there. Right, there we go. So now we're unloading the catalogues through there, as you'd expect. They're all flowing around here, and we can't start making science from them because we don't have... What's going on there? We can't start making science from them because we don't have any coolants yet, but it's a good start. Step in the right direction, as it were. Let's do that, actually. Pick up some of these spare catalogues and put them into this machine because it's going to go through. Anyway, right. So this is now mostly This is probably mostly working. So the idea is over here. The train will beetle back and forth forever. Sorry, the train will beetle back and forth and try and fill up. I forgot to tell the station to deactivate again. There we go. Yes, so the train will run back up and down here until this is full of all of the science packs. So it's got the right number of all the science packs, and then it'll just sort of it'll just wait. That's the idea. We'll get it programmed up like that eventually. I'm going to worry about that in a few moments though. Yeah, when I finished Space Exploration 0.5, I didn't do the astrological, no, the exploration, the Indiana Jones victory. I just did the spaceship victory, and I was in. I think my UPS was around 50 at that point, so that does imply that we certainly have a hungrier base now. Whether it's bigger or not is open to debate. It might just be all the free power stuff that's causing the problems. I can sneak past over here and just drop random stuff into Tristan's inventory because I know how much he loves that. Actually, I don't think he's actually here. I think he's just using the navsat. Ah, there goes my plan.
Yeah, I was going to say good luck with that.
Yeah. So down here, why are you? What's your limiting factor? You do not have a limiting factor. Your limiting factor is time. Okay. I could put speed modules in these as well, but these are going to be machines that are going to be running for in the long term. So actually, I'm going to expand over this way. Just going to need a width of about that much. Put some more of this in here, and then we're going to put in another 2 or 3 of these machines to produce even more thermofluid even more quickly, because we've currently only got 16,000 in each of these tanks, which means we are not ready to summon a train at the moment, which is a shame, because that's what we kind of need to do. Right, so we'll put in that goes there, and then have an underground belt running across here like this. This one as well, doing exactly the same thing. So we'll have a splitter there, I suppose, and then underground belts like this to carry that across there, and then an underground belt to carry that through there like that. That's my solids. My liquids are going to be slightly more awkward because these solids are now in the way. I should have moved. In hindsight, should have done that slightly higher up. Never mind. We'll work around that. So I can. Let's bring this across here, I think. because then I can just bring it straight back up and join in there. And it's easier to do it. I feel like it's easier to do an underground belt than it is to do an underground pipe. And there's probably absolutely no rhyme or reason in that, but it just feels that way.
Hooking up the pipe at the other end is a bit more awkward. If it's underground, because it's a bit more of a faff, basically.
Maybe that's... I don't know.
So minimising the undergroundness of it has an appeal.
Oh wait, that's the wrong way round. No, let's not do it like this. Let's bring it round the top. So what I actually want is to bring this over here, because it does need to be above, not below. I don't know what my brain was doing there. Let's replace that with a normal belt again so it looks right. So over here I'm going to need to put that 3 back in there, and then a vertical pipe from like that. There we go. So that's over there now. That one's over. What else do we need? We don't need the cosmic water. Oh, we do need the orange goop. That's the one that's supposed to be underneath. So put that there like that, and then down here. I honestly don't know why we're not doing this the usual way. So let's do this and just sort of tidy the place up a bit. Now the copper's in the wrong place, of course. Never mind, I'll sort it out on the other side. It's probably easier. Put that through there. There. Yeah. Then over here, we can now start doing the actually producing these things. So I want to copy all of. I want my mouse to not go berserk whenever I try and do things. I want to copy. Actually, I want to copy all of this, and then I'll work out the difficulties afterwards. So keep it in line because that seems like a good idea. Must have a little bit of space to tidy it up. Get rid of that pipe there, for example. This belt here clearly needs to come down to here, and this one needs to come down to here. That, then along here we do that. We do want that. We want that. Don't want that. Do want that. Boop, there we go. And we need to join these two pipes and these pipes, right? So there we go. That links that one there, and that one. Yep. Okay, that's everything there. So it's just this pipe here now. Let's put a 5 in across like that, and then run the other pipe up to it. There we go. That should now be everything apparently except power. So I'll put the big pylon in here and here. There we go. Power. Is that, well, once everything's built, I think that should be everything. We'll have a look in a minute. Krastorio is the so I think it's named after the guy who wrote the mod, was called Kraster or something along those lines. Yes, possibly like the guy from A Song of Ice and Fire. And so he gave it a name sort of named after himself, essentially. Krasto's Factorio, so, or Krastorio. Lots of mods seem to be named like that. I say it was his name. I mean, I probably mean it was his internet handle or something like that. But yeah, I believe that's where the name came from. But I have to admit, I'm not certain. Yes, Krastorio is the massive expansion. That's a good point. Yeah, we might. Yes, so in the future, hopefully, whilst the factory is going to get bigger and more complicated, and so we're going to have worse UPS because of that. We're going to gain once we're able to power Norvis down the space elevator. That will help a lot because we can remove all of the greenhouse-based power down there. Once we're able to power other planets by giant beam technology, that'll help because we'll be able to remove all of that down there. And as Madman says, once we get the more advanced Krastorio machines, we can potentially replace big chunks of the base with smaller numbers of much more powerful machines. So yeah, potentially in the future, things will get a lot better. We'll have a much better time of it. There's a wall on Norvis being damaged. We probably don't care, but I just feel I should have pointed it out.
Yeah, that's been being damaged, or there's been walls being damaged on Norvis thing for quite a long time.
Okay, it's probably all getting repaired as quickly as it's damaged then.
Hopefully.
No, that's outside of the row limit.
Oh dear.
Ah, then we have a problem.
I suspect drinking cryonite, evening Coca-Cola, would probably not be particularly good for you. It might cool it. Maybe it would cool it down, but I suspect it wouldn't actually be very exactly good for you. Actually, didn't Persistent say she have a theory as to what cryonite might be, or was it one of the other things? I mean, we know of lots of things that get hot when you do certain things to them, like I don't know, quicklime, for example. You add water to it and it suddenly gets really hot.
The honest truth is, I can't remember if we came up with a theory or not.
I have a feeling she did, but I'm not certain.
That's when she gets back from the shower.
If she's been gone for a while. Yeah, the gas power is probably very inefficient as far as UPS goes, because you've got a massive number of pipes, lots and lots of fluids flowing around, and it covers a huge area. Solar is really UPS efficient. I mean, everyone uses solar for their mega bases because all it is essentially saying, I will put down you put down sorry, all the game has to do is go, yes, there are this many solar panels, therefore you are generating this much power, and it's absolutely trivial. So, I'm going to redesign this a little bit. Especially that bit, because that isn't supposed to be there. So if I come up there, and go down there, come up there, go down there, then I can put threes in between them, and that feels nicer. Like that, and that. There we go. I can also observe that we haven't made that much more thermofluid from merely doubling the throughput there, so I'm going to add a bit more to it as well. Also notable is that these pylons seem to be getting... Yeah, these pylons... I'm going to have to get rid of those and put substations in, I think. Problem is, substations aren't going to reach across both sides of the machinery. Maybe I will just keep putting these in along there like that. I think that might be better, actually. Let's have some more of these, like that. Why is that?
An insert mark for destruction will not pick things up, right?
Correct, I believe.
Correct.
What's going on up here? So there's a 5
It will,
and a 1,
it will freeze
and a
in
9
its motion
and a
as
1,
well.
a 5 and a 1.
So it won't let go of things either.
Yeah, it's the inserter rather than the exerter that I'm disabling first, so that the exerter will finish unloading produce.
There we go, that's what's wrong.
I mean, if stuff's in its hand, it won't let go of it.
Oh yeah, now I'm making sure it's not currently active before I'm doing.
Right, and then we need to just sort out the power here, because the power is going to be a problem. Hang on, that's still a problem. That isn't meant to be there, though, so I can put the pylon there. That means I'm going to have the inserter there again. And then we do have sufficiency of pylons. Better put one there, get rid of that. And put one. Yeah, it's still going to be problematic later, but there we go. That'll do for now. Except up here where it won't. Right, so that's tripled my production of thermofluid now. Still not enough for a train, of course. We've got to 20,000. Once this bit finishes getting built, then maybe it'll help a bit more as well.
If you notice the train heading over to drop some off for you, could you let me know, please? 'Cause I'll re-enable mine to get the next one.
Okay.
Because I've...
A beer cooling
approaching the
competition.
point.
Yeah, that could work quite well. Yeah, I suppose you can cool the outside of the can. But I have discovered that frozen beer tastes absolutely awful. I accidentally left one in the freezer once. It leaked a tiny bit. I think it popped, the lid sort of came off a little bit, and it leaked a tiny bit. And yeah, even after defrosting, it was still horrible. Yeah, solar panels are great. If only you had space elevators as well. Yes, dumping liquid nitrogen over a can of beer does sound like an effective way to cool it down very, very quickly. But it does also sound it's not something it doesn't have a great deal of finesse, and it's not something where you can then try and come up with a better solution the next year. Just wait for 50,000. We're at 42,000 at the moment. Oh, copper is going in. Right, so these are all now running. So we have, as I say, we've tripled the production of the thermofluid. I am somewhat tempted to chuck in some speed modules, but that feels a little crass. One of the better things you can do, I think, with liquid nitrogen is it you put liquid nitrogen or dry ice. I think it might be dry ice actually rather than liquid nitrogen into a plastic empty Coke bottle or something. Chuck that in a swimming pool, and then the dry ice fairly quickly sublimates or melts and evaporates, whatever it is that dry ice does, and the pressure goes up so much in the bottle. After a few seconds, you get a massive explosion in the swimming pool. And probably become rather unpopular if you do that.
Let's say you get banned from swimming pools on a regular basis, don't you?
I've seen it done on the internet, therefore it must be good.
Yeah. Was it the Coke and Mentos one that everyone saw was done on the internet, and people tried to do it for themselves, and it just didn't work because the actual rate of reaction?
It was traditionally Diet Coke and Mentos, but that might just be because Diet Coke is worthless, and whereas real Coke is quite nice.
No, I think there's an actual chemical reason why it needs to be.
Okay, that is also possible.
I might be wrong on that one. It feels like it needs to be something to do with the dissolution quantity.
My assumption was it was something to do with the rough surface of the Mentos was causing the carbon dioxide in the drink to come out of the drink very, very quickly because there's lots of nucleation sites.
That feels about right, but at the same time, I'm not sure. What I think it was that one, and I remember it was everyone knew it worked, and then people tried it and it didn't work.
I think we've done it, and it does work. It's not. I think it's possibly not quite as spectacular as the.
But
it works to an extent.
Smaller scale. Yeah. But it turned out the people who were doing it for YouTube videos were actually doing something different and calling it.
They were actually doing an elephant's toothpaste and calling it Diet Coke and Mentos.
Yeah, not quite that bad, but yeah, it was something else as well too. Some catalyst for the reaction. For the reaction, because the reaction itself is slow and it doesn't really get the.
I'm trying to remember because I remember that we tried it, but I don't remember it being. I don't remember whether it being particularly big or particularly disappointing. I just can't remember, which is fairly on brand for me. I remember we also tried the thing where you blow air through boiling hot soapy water on a cold day, and in theory it's supposed to produce loads of big sort of clumps of bubbles that then are full of hot air and therefore drift off into the sky because they're lighter than air, lighter because they're lighter than the cold air. That didn't work very well, unfortunately.
I think did the bottle rocket one, and it's supposed to work with a foot pump. And it does, but it's really, really dull. We found it, on the other hand, if you used what was it? It's one of the
industrial air compressor.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that, but yeah, it was something like the device that the RAC man uses to rapidly inflate a completely deflated tire. It was something like that.
Okay.
And that is phenomenal. That just goes.
And presumably it goes in exactly the same way, just a lot more. It's just a lot quicker to get it to that stage, get it to the pressure. Here's the thermofluid train. I'm gonna hit you right.
It's because it manages to keep the pressure in there fast enough. As the seal releases, it manages to increase the pressure that bit more.
Right. Okay.
You've got it's a few more milliseconds. I don't know how many a few more is. Whether it's a couple of dozen or just one or two, but it's enough pressure increase to actually. Yeah. The other one is the exact ratio of water to air in the bottle is extremely important.
Yeah, that makes sense because you need to have enough water that you've got essentially enough propellant coming out that you've got enough oomph to go upwards. But then you also need to have enough space in the top to be able to get in a decent amount of air and pressure, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah.
That seems like a long time for a fluid train to fill up.
Oh, they're bigger than expected. They're 30k instead of 25k. I'll change the number on the station. Yes. Actually, let's put
Fair
that.
enough.
Let's put it up to 70, so there's a bit of a headroom. Yeah. I forgot. I forgot the space trains are slightly bigger than the ground trains.
I hadn't realised until you mentioned the solids one earlier. I didn't realise the fluid ones were.
Yeah, well, we've got 28 in one, 28 out of 30 in one, and 25 out of 30 in the other. So it's going to go sooner or later, but we'll go. Yes, Paul. One of the 3 types of Coke. I'll let you try and guess which one I'm referring to. And if you can't remember what the 3rd type of Coke is, then you haven't been playing enough Factorio, modded Factorio.
Mm.
All right. Well, let's leave that there for the time being, and leave it.
Is it bad that I immediately? I don't know. Bad is the right word, but is it bad that I went Diet Coke, classic Coke,
Coke Zero, I suppose, is the third one. Although
that was that rubbish green Coke they produced as well.
Oh, Coke Life. Yeah, that was wasn't that 50-50 real Coke and Coke Zero? Because it was half sweetener, half sugar, or something like that. But they used a more ecological source for the sugar or something like that, I think, as well.
No, because it was sugar free.
Oh, okay.
But it also didn't have, I think it's aspartame in which Diet uses, or something. It had a different sweetener in it.
Right. I have a feeling Coke Zero and Diet Coke both use the same sweetener, because I know someone who's a bit sensitive to aspartame, and she can't drink either of them.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yes, that's got that. That's good. Cool. That's good.
You can't go really believing everything you read in books, Paul. Some of it's not true. I could say something very controversial here, but I don't want to. I don't want to wind people up for just the sake of it.
Are you feeling all right?
Maybe. Come on, train. What are we waiting for? Or is it still filling up? Yes.
I haven't changed the setting, so don't try and blame me.
One of the wagons is full. The other one's at 27. So it's getting there. That is traditional.
Yeah. It's like it's a catchphrase, so you know.
There's 500 in the other tank as well. It's just taking a while to blip across. But I need 6 times that anyway. Come on, machines.
Catchphrases. Chat. What would you say Tristan's catchphrases? Because we know what mine is. We know what Mark's is.
We know what Marx is?
Yeah. It's the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess. I mean, it's a bit of a lengthy one.
It's not really a catchphrase. A catchphrase is something you keep saying, I think.
It might be true, but it's not a catchphrase.
Okay, fair. Chat, we need one for Mark as well.
I mean, we know that yours is "I have failed to achieve greatness."
Chat, what's my catchphrase? What am I?
And technically, that's a different thing as well.
Okay, NoGuard says that Coke Zero doesn't contain aspartame. I could easily be wrong. I don't actually care. I like Coke. I will occasionally drink Coke Zero if I'm desperate, and I will not touch Diet Coke because I think it tastes horrible.
Mike is the best, Johan. Absolutely.
No, I think Mike is probably
absolutely right.
Mike is only the second best Johan in this stream.
Oh.
Laurence's catchphrase is, "Oh no, this has gone terribly wrong."
I don't remember saying that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, but it's right. As well as that I built this. This is horrible. Oh, Laurence is getting roasted by chat.
Ooh. No, I don't say did I build this. This is horrible. I say who built this. This is horrible. When I'm 100% aware that it was me. That's slightly different.
And the occasional list. I don't think it's that occasional when he says this isn't working.
Right. Train time. It's making quite electrical noises, which is which I sort of appreciate. It sounds sufficiently different from the other trains. It's No, it's going to the other place. No, manual. Get out of the station. Out of the station. I don't even know which is ways forwards anymore. Oh dear, we're going the wrong way around the train system.
You can't blame me for that one.
I can't. I'm not blaming you for that one. Go there.
You know who you can blame, right? Pete. Which realised. Oh no, there's the right. Okay,
Oh, Mike. No, Mike said that he said he was the best Johan. And I said no, he's only the second best Johan in on the stream.
That's the thing.
For once, I actually want the
I'm-
delay on the to get then automatically move on. So we'll now come into this station here, and we can unload most of it. We got 90% of it. We brought 90% of it over here, so that's not too bad. Right. How are things going over here? So this is going into the coolomatron. It is being cooled. That's pretty cool. Let's fill up all these pretty quickly. That's impressive. Going down into here and then into the hypercoolers. Right. So you presume, yeah, this actually makes a certain amount of scientific sense, because these ones are just radiators that sort of bleed off the heat into space, but you can't get it all the way down with those. Then you've got these ones where they can presumably compress. Yeah, you can see it compressing and decompressing it out here, so you then get some warm out and some cold and some extra cold out. So yeah, I approve of that, because it's actually sort of vaguely scientifically accurate. And we can pump that all up here, and yes, these machines are buzzing. And yes, we have data cards coming out, and we have insights coming out. Oh, they've already had that, so some data cards going off there down the disposal chute. So now we have the insights coming around here, going into here, which is quite insightful of them. Those are going to get scooped up by these machines, which is fine, but it's not going to be able to do anything with them. However, the rest of them are going up here, where they will get neatly scooped up by these machines. And when we get 36 of them, a bit more than 36, because some are escaping past to the next machines. But when we get one of these machines gets 36 of them in, it will then produce a whole 4 significant data. And I'm going to go, oh, for goodness sake, it's taking forever.
And lots of memory cards.
Yes, that's true. We will be spraying out I haven't taken that into account. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder and the sudden saving. Why am I being brought? Oh, I know why I'm being brought stuff. Yes, it's because there's some machines down there that aren't set up as construction. Right up here, you are wrong. Which of my catchphrases should I use here? Because this isn't going to work. Because this is going to spit out a load of blank data cards which need to be sorted out separately. So let's put in a where should we do this? Let's do it here. Put in a splitter here, which will take the significant datas off to the left, like that. Good. And then, oh, that's too big. Put that there, and there, and there. And where was my disposal chute? It was. Well, there's going to be another one up here fairly soon for whatever the next train I put in is, but we'll run it down this column anyway. So we want another one of these. That's 5 wide. Gap of 2. Run that up there. Oops, still need that. Put that across there. Wait, what?
Right, I'm basically just standing on a belt. Like, I've automated base building.
Yes, very good.
Mobile Roboport.
Bearing in mind, I started standing on the belt there.
What he's not telling you that this was 3 hours ago. Who's his other ping?
It was a bit back.
But that's the joys of NavSat.
It's true, you can carry on doing other stuff while you're being a mobile roboport, I suppose, yes.
It's just this really convenient. It won't move me forwards until it's built the thing that it needs to build.
Yeah.
Because I'm
In-
standing on that to move forwards.
In theory, it could miss some of the other stuff, but it's unlikely to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
machine's running. It's buzzing, it's buzzing, it's buzzing.
I genuinely
Excitement.
I could put a film on the other on the other monitor, and just just chill.
Yeah, this is true. That is a thing you could do. Oh, no wonder it's taken so long to get the Iridium up and running.
Set a bunch of stuff to be built, then wandered off.
Yes, and I already didn't have all that much to say about you in the last video. Oh, don't go underground.
True. It is the downside of doing things like vital clearing is that, and I remember this from the early weeks. I spent 8 hours in a row doing nothing but shooting biters.
Oh yes, I remember that. We
Yeah,
made the video and went, "What's Mike been doing?"
Yeah.
Oh, he's not been. Oh, he cleared this area over here. Jolly good show. Well done.
Yeah. He's cleared out an area 5 times the size of the entire base that we currently have. Moving on. There's nothing
Yep.
else. There's nothing else to say.
Exactly. Oh dear. Yes, it's not the most impressive. That's going to have to be a little bit higher up, but never mind. I'll sort it out later. When I've got Astro 3 and 4 coming along there and actually need those belts. Right, so now you'll notice that we've got, from all of this shenaniganery that's going on here, we have quite a lot of the actually perfectly good memory cards being created in the science area. And that's one of the many, many things that can be put onto this disposal belt that then goes down here. A long and winding, no, actually not long and winding, it's just a long and dead straight line, all the way along here. And then these memory cards can come down here, and where is it? Is it down here? I think it's down here. Yes, all the way down here. Eventually they'll get down here, and they can be put into the station here for recycling and reuse. So we're not just reliant on the memory cards that are being made here, because we seem to have run out of substrates. Fortunately, there are now some memory cards coming around to be reused. So you do use up memory cards as you get through, as you do science. So some of the memory cards do remain in the science pack essentially when it finally gets shipped out. But you also recycle quite a lot of them, so it's not quite as horrific as it seems. Well, the long belt just means we can dump absolutely everything on it, and we don't have to worry about it being how full it is. So you see, we've got barrels on here, we've got scrap on here, we've got junk data cards on here, we've got all those different things, and then here there's another thing just dumping onto the disposal belt. So we've just got this disposal system running right up the middle of it, which is different, and it's not something I've done before, but I quite like it because it's got this sort of, you can just chuck anything you want to get rid of on it, and the recycling facility over here will deal with it all. There are certain limits to what you're allowed to chuck on it, but there are lots and lots of different things that can be just chucked on it to be got rid of, including barrels of contaminated biosludge, for example. Even that can be got rid of on it.
We should add an alert there if someone puts something in there that hasn't been handled.
That's true. There should be, right at the bottom here. There should be a thing that awoogas. Oop, I think Tristan's doing that. You say a potential throughput hazard. I mean, it is a potential throughput hazard, yes. But back in when I was playing 0.5, I had one belt of scrap is the main thing. It's when we get to the crashing trains science that we're going to be producing large quantities of stuff that we're a bit concerned about. That they're going to be producing large quantities of scrap. Everything else sort of pales in comparison based on that. And when I was playing 0.5, I'm pretty sure I just had one belt going into my scrap processing facility. So if one belt is enough for all of the scrap from everything, I don't think this. I think we'll fit everything else onto the other belt. I don't expect to see a problem with that.
That's on average. So the belt may be both belts may be jam packed when we're doing material science.
Oh yeah, you might get a brief moment of you might get a brief pause on the belt might jam up for a little while just after a train crash data has been done, but it will then empty out and start working again once the because that'll all flow out and be disposed of. So I expect it to be okay. I may be wrong. We shall find out, and it'll be fun and exciting and terrifying to find out. Right, so okay, we've got 24,000 cold thermofluid in this tank now, so that's going well. We've got the top one is empty, but that just means it's all been pushed through down into here and is in the state we actually want it to be in, so we can use it. So that completely okay with that. We've got a plentiful supply of that. We don't really care. This train will now sit here until there's 70,000 at the other station, then go off and carry on distributing it as it wants. But at the moment, we're okay for the time being until it all degrades or we build a load more systems. This is basically okay. So we have. Do we have our first science packs yet? We do not have our first science packs yet. What do we miss? Oh, we have some.
My plan to AFK build the entire belt failed because I only had 5,000 belts in my inventory.
I despair.
Yeah.
We haven't got any science yet because I forgot one of the steps. I forgot I needed to link up the significant data. It was insufficiently significant. But we've made some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, So 6? Yeah, 6. We've made about 12 significant datas now, so that's the process. The system is working. We are churning through. We're making those. So once that's linked up there, we will then be able to make some science packs. Oh, I need to put in the splitter here to get those memory cards out. Like that. Oh, I had one. I was standing close enough as well. There we go. So they'll all just pour out down there to go off to be recycled, reused, brought back out, and probably dropped straight back into this station up here, which is a bit short of them. Like I said, the train here is just sitting there like a lemon. Oh, actually no, I take it back. The train is sitting here because it's just brought them over, which is why we actually have a load of blank data cards again. And the science is presumably, yes, we have the catalogues being produced again. Excellent. Right, so up here now we're going to be getting the data card, the science packs coming out of here. So the next thing to do is going to be to put in the place that actually does the science. And think about how on earth we want to do that. I mean, at this stage, I could put in a sort of a fairly naive, simple approach that is just that's going to work, but is a bit basic. Oh, sorry, chat. What? No, chat was not being ignored. I responded to Madman complaining about me using belts for disposal of scrap
You didn't put a
ages
hat
ago.
on though.
Oh, I missed. Oh, I didn't see that. Yes, Yep. Okay, I was ignoring that. Where's my nearest hat? Here's a hat. This is a very plasticky hat, but I shall put it on anyway, and perch it neatly on top of my headphones, as is traditional. Sorry, chat. I apologise for missing the hat request. I'm trying to remember whether it's supposed to make a noise or not when things like that happen. And I don't think it is, and I'm not quite sure how to make it do so. Ah well. So down here, what are we doing? Yes, we have. Oh, idiot. We've got. I forgot other junk stuff would come out with that. So okay, I could sort it out over here, I suppose. Might be the easiest way. Yeah, let's do that. So put in another splitter here, and tell that to take. I'm in map mode, am I? Okay, right. That was not the button I meant to press. That was the button I meant to press. Where am I? I want you to sort out junk data cards to the left. That's all. The only other thing that's coming out there, isn't it? Yes, it is. And come on, move. Why is it? I still don't quite understand why lag and server, me not being the server, means that sometimes I can't move when I take off with my jetpack. It's a bit weird. Right, so we'll get that machine to unload all that, and this time the thing should go as intended. I'll put that in there just to merge all of these together. Right, so we have science packs. That's quite exciting. Shall I just build a science processing facility and then we can come back and criticize it and rebuild it later? I'm not hearing a no.
I didn't follow. Isn't that what you've been building?
Well, it was this part of it was fairly basic and straightforward. It's the next part is going to be how we actually get all of the science packs into the research machines, which is probably going to be a little bit more complicated.
To be honest, we're going to be using 2 of them at most. So just using loaders to
true.
fill them up is trivial.
Yeah. Oh, and I need to get all of the basic science packs over here as well. It's the best way to do that. So at the moment they come up by rockets over here, and are unloaded down the belts here, and they go up here straight into the labs.
Tristan, your rail blueprint, isn't there a space rail with the roboports included?
No, not with roboports.
I could put in another station here.
Probably should.
And have the science flow round to it as a sort of a for now thing until we get the space elevator. And yeah, I think that's probably a good way to do it. So okay, let's make another sushi train, and then I can have and do that. So that means I need a station. Where can I find a station that is not a nightmare? A loading station, ideally, yes, this will do. She's going to get a lot of extra stuff with this. The station, hang on, the stations in the blueprints, aren't there? That's not the right button. That's the right button. Game blueprints, rails, stations, space station. Okay, that wasn't quite as much of the space stations I was hoping for, but never mind. I can go. I can take it from here. It's fine. Let's put that. So put that there, and then I won't fuel it at this end. I'll fuel it at the other end because I can. It's going to be a lot easier. Over here, we now need to have we need that to be built, so I know where I can line up the warehouses properly. How many science packs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 coming up from Norvis. A 6th one that's being built here locally as rocket science, and then 7 and 8 that are being built somewhere down here. So yeah, at some point, do you think we want to move the these 2 science packs, the automation, productivity, whatever they're called, off to their own town, possibly with rocket science as well? Why is this
That
failed?
probably should happen. Although it's sort of a, is there any point? I suppose, no, yeah, we're making memory cards on the bus.
Yeah, but we could bring memory cards to the bus by train.
It's probably worth moving them off once we're at
thermofluid.
the point of ripping all of that stuff up.
Yeah, so because there are 4 science packs being made on the bus. One is energy science, which you're working on removing. Then there's the whatever this is called, optimization science. Then there's whatever these 2 utility and production. So there's the 3 there's 3 semi-basic ones that yes, they should probably be moved off to their own little facility. But I'm quite tempted to leave those for the time being, actually, and worry about.
Aren't there 4 not including energy?
I don't.
There's space science.
Oh, there's rocket science as well. Yes, you're right.
Optimization.
Or space science, whatever it's called. Yeah, but that was being made all the way over here, and I mentioned it earlier and then forgot about it. So yes, you're quite right. There's space. Yeah, there's 4 of them. So I suggest we leave them where they are until we have the space elevator up and running, and then we can do it. Then we'll hopefully have a nice, neat system of bringing all of the resources to the right place.
Space science, the first one, might be an exception because it doesn't use anything that's it doesn't use data cards at all.
True. In that case, I'll need to take it away from here in this train I'm putting in, which is not a problem, but is merely a consideration.
I'm wondering whether I should be building another one like that for circuits. I need circuits for energy science.
Yeah. I feel slightly uncomfortable about the. I feel that loading up trains from the bus just feels a little bit wrong.
It's either that or another rocket bringing circuits up.
Which also feels slightly wrong.
And that's a rocket purely bringing circuits up.
Yeah, because of course you can't. Yeah, they can't be delivery cannon, can they? And you don't want to make them. You certainly don't want to make them on site because that'd be silly.
I'll have a temporary station.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got 6 science packs here plus the extra 3. I'm going to have to bring them all over, aren't I? Actually, come to think of it. Let's do 3 on each station. That seems like a sensible. I'm going to have to bring them all over if I want to be able to get the science done to get us up to the space elevator science. I hear either confusion or I'll put it too high again. Either confusion, disagreement, or I don't know what.
I have I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, and so I'm not worrying about it too much.
Fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, if I'm going, my thought was yeah, actually this will be a temporary. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'll just bring all the science packs over here and load them into this train. It's fine. Because I think I'm going to need to do that because we're going to need them over here. We're going to need all of the science packs over in the new science lab area because we're going to need to carry on doing science. Ah! This belt's been put in where I'm doing stuff. Actually, let's not put that there.
Are you having multiple belts?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go for yours, and then I'll underground past all of them. You're presumably going to have 4. 5. That appears to be how many there are loading.
Probably. Where I got to? Right here. Okay, so I have this one come across. Alright, I'll have this one come across here and then up, I suppose. That's fine. What was that one for? Is there? Have I forgotten one? Yes, there's this one down here. Right. Okay, that needs to come through somehow. Yes, it is apparently hat time again. As everybody's favourite time. I don't know why I went further out there. Let's just do that. Sorry, chat. Yes, that was a very long shower. I dread to imagine what your water bill's like. Yes, you're right, Madman. It did need to be further away from the rails. Thank you for pointing that out. New Astro and you got to Energy 3 already, Summit. Wow, that's impressive. Especially if you just got your space base up and running in the last week. Wow, very well done. Right, I need to copy this. There's going to be 5 in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one has 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I need to go through and program everything and then set everything running. And then probably rip out these labs from here, take them over to the other side, and then tidy up these belts a little bit and make them a little bit less chaotic. There's going to be so many rockets of green circuits coming up, but I suppose that's how things go. Right, let's get programming. So we need to link all of you guys to there, all of you guys to there. And then this one also to there, and there. And same over here. I appear to be missing a belt here. Let's put that in so that I can see what I'm doing. I kind of want to wait for that to get built so I can link straight onto it. Like that. There we go. The nice thing about building over on this side of the base is that everything happens a lot more quickly because it's really, really close to where all the stuff comes from. So here we're going to have green and red. So I need to put in splitters all the way along here as well. So like that and like that and that and that. We need to program those. So we've got green and red coming along here. So I want you to flow when there's less than science. Okay, we'll start.
I apologise. I've taken all the bots.
I don't need a huge number of them. So when that's less than 2,000.
Where have you taken them?
For a nice little fly.
Oh.
Let's copy this to everywhere. Like this. I don't know why I've circuited those actually. I don't think I need to circuit condition them. I just need to program these to be limited. Right, so that was green. That was red, sorry. This one's green. Then the next belt is blue and grey. So we have grey and blue. The next one, so this belt is going to be gold and space. So you are gold and space. We also need to say that out to the right, and here we want to do what you collecting. You're collecting grey, so we do greys to the left. Greys to the left, right. And here we do. I can't remember which way around this is. Reds to the left. Yeah, I mean this was all fairly logically set up. That one actually should technically be golds to the left. There we go. Then over here, this one's going to be the other two, production and utility. So we'll say send out production to the left, and that means this one that we now say we want production science to be less than 2000. Here we stick in utility. And then finally, this one around here is the optimization tech cards, which is that one. There are 2 more tech cards that we're going to develop at some point, but those are not yet. So now I'll link those in all across there, that there. Oh, I need to get rid of that and that. And then I guess I can click that and that. There we go. Right, so now they'll all flow through. We'll get crazy amounts going into here, and then over here I need to program all of these up. So you need to be no, you need to be red only. You need to be green only. I should have programmed these first. Green only.
1 minute till solar flare.
Ooh.
Or coronal mass ejection, I should say.
And you are the optimization. I'm actually quite glad you stole all the bots, because it's given me slightly longer to program all of this stuff up than I was expecting to have. Blue. Gold. Space. Prod. Util. There we go, made it. Oh, the bots are picking up all of the science packs I've ditched over there as well. Oh, that's good. They go back into. Oh yes, of course, because of the way this whole system works. Anything that gets dumped into the system will just find its way back out and round as it in a sensible way again. I'd forgotten how nice that was.
Won't.
Oh, that's true. No, you're right. They won't. Oh well, I'll sort that out later.
A blue chest for that's going to be fine.
Yeah. You're not kidding about hogging all the bots, are you? What are you doing?
Nope.
You're just making a massive... Oh, blimey.
More scaffolding.
What are you doing over there?
So the sheer width there, I think it's fine to do stuff like mirrors there.
Oh, I see. You're probably right. Yes, I don't imagine we're going to need that much space.
Here it is.
Given that we've
CM8.
used almost. Ooh.
Our peak power is actually going to take us to start using the umbrella, the extra power. I can just about need
Rocket.
it.
Where is the it's up here somewhere, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Here it is. There we go. Lights turned on. So how are you doing, Mr. Coronal Mass Ejection Protection System? It's been wibbling along at about 20 megawatts of power usage for quite a long time, and yes, now it is going up somewhat. In a somewhat stepped way, actually. Is it pulling power from somewhere else?
No, that's being disconnected.
Okay. Oh no, there we go. It's also connected to the accumulators at the top in the grid isolation. So it's pulling. Yeah, it's pulling from both. Pulling from the accumulators and pulling from all the turbines at the bottom. So yeah, that's going up.
That's gone to us. Oh right, yes, because it's going.
Yeah. I should take the hat off as well so I can stretch properly. Yep, there we have a nice parabola drawing itself in our power usage. 130, no, 140 megawatts, 142, 43, 44. I mean, I don't have any doubt that this is going to be absolutely fine. I just feel like I should watch it because it's an exciting thing that's happening. I think it's peaking now. How much of our steam have we used? Where is our steam stored? Oh, there's a tank. There we go. There's the tanks.
Quarter of it.
We've used just over a quarter of it so far, and we're about halfway through the mass ejection. No, it's on its way back down again. I think we're probably going to be okay here. That was quite a big. Quite the protection system here is suitably overspec'd for the planet. So yes, well done there. Jolly good show. Right, nice. Boop. It doesn't fit on the 1 minute scale and it looks silly on the 10-minute scale. Oh well. Serious first world problems there. Norvis is very much our first world. The accumulators have dropped. The accumulator's still fully charged, actually. Sorry? Oh, the tank's filling back up again.
The train's filling up.
What train's filling up?
Your train's in orbit.
Oh, yes. Oh, that... that's
It's
Tristan's
gone.
train.
The top one is mine.
Yes. I haven't put in a train in yet. The,
Ah, okay.
My one is just still filling up. Oh, because it needed a rocket to come up.
you took all of the green circuits, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Greedy.
Actually, how many were we requesting?
Seriously greedy.
5k. We request 5k, and currently the train has 8.6k in it.
I think I understand why we're a bit short of it.
And it's not even half full.
Mirroring blueprints is a very useful feature. Yes, it's been certainly been in for a while. The problem with mirroring blueprints is that it doesn't work on anything that involves fluids, and that's most things in space exploration. Which is so it's not quite as good as I'd like it to be. We are also pulling out massive quantities of all of the science packs, which is keeping. Oh, there we go. I can put this belt in there like that now. Which is going to so the rocket's going to be busy bringing up more and more and more science packs from Norvis as well, because I've just put
Do
in
you
it.
want to be counting what's in those warehouses? Or are you?
Good
No,
question.
you're limiting how much gets put in them.
I'm limiting how much gets
So-
put into the warehouses to 2,000 of each one.
So we'll have 2,000 plus the belt lengths, more than.
Yes, which I think is probably acceptable. So we've got 2,000. Actually, 2,000 might not be. No, let's sort the warehouse. Okay, so 2,000 is a row. Yeah, that's going to be about right for the trains.
That'll be fine because there will be backlog in the bus.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking. Well, I would like to have enough in these for it to just work. TM. Right, let's do a train. Okay, so here we are going to be doing. Oh, there's no easy way to. I need to get over there with one of each science pack. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to go middle click that one and do individually for every single one. Whereas if I can get one in my hand, I can go bop 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 all the way along. So I think I'm going to have to do that manually, which is mildly annoying. Oh no, it might be okay. Oh dear. The problem with these double header trains is that you don't know which way round they're going to go into the station.
You do. It'll always be
as long as it's always
only have two stations.
As long as it only has two stations, you do. Yes.
Yeah.
So it
Well,
should
as long
be
as it only
alright.
has one pickup and one two in the schedule.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
pickup
That's
and
what I
drop.
meant. Yeah. So it should be okay. Right. Let's send this to. Let's send it to there, and then I can head over and start loading it up. Yeah, as the warehouses fill up, they tend to flicker quite prettily. Are we done? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, yes, the reds and greens are swapping over. I see what you mean. Yes, and because they're basically the same sprite, just recolored, it looks kind of. Well, it looks like they're just changing colour. Oh yeah, yes, anything where you can't necessarily always rotate it. The frustrating thing is, even things like the supercomputers, you can't mirror, even though they've got one fluid input in the middle of the top and the middle of the bottom, and therefore could be mirrored perfectly well, and it would be absolutely fine, but it won't let you. Where's that train I just
You
asked
want a
for?
thing where you can say mirror this, but just ignore the stuff that can't be mirrored.
Hmm.
Because
nice.
like the supercomputers, you don't care. Or you,
Or you
well,
want it, or you
depends.
say don't mirror it, rotate it twice.
Yeah.
That'd be better.
Ah, no, because sometimes you don't want it rotated twice. It depends which axis you're mirroring on.
Oh, true. Yeah, I suppose yes. It is okay. It is a bit more complicated. Yeah. Oh, looks like Mark is also now doing doing a bot frenzy of creation as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I see we're all claiming the sort of the nice fashionable nearby areas, and we're going to send Mike off to do material science somewhere off in the darkest, dimmest, darkest parts of the
Get
universe.
a really nice long
I
belt for that
expect nothing
massive amount of
less.
scrap.
Sorry, Tristan.
Make a nice long belt of that massive amount of scrap.
Yes, that's true. It'll give it a convenient buffer to fill up.
When we add a third belt, he can just have the middle one.
Yeah, I suppose 111 trains would work, but I would only be able to fit half as much of each of these things on. Where is that train? I requested it ages ago, and then I realised it hadn't come because I'd forgotten to set it to go, but it's just disappeared. Can anyone see
What have you done?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's
gave-
the station called?
Oh, that's a point. It's called Dash. All right, it's gone to another
It's
Dash
gone to a
station.
random station somewhere.
Yeah, here's a Dash station. All right, I shall rename it to Science Pickup, I suppose. Yes, you. No. Add stations. Oh. What? What? Why is everything red?
Are they just disabled, or is there not a way out of that one?
I think there
for some
must
reason?
just not be a way out of here. Uh-oh.
What's happened there then?
I'm not sure.
Where
this one,
even
isn't
is the train?
No, it's red because
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Oh, it's because I
Oh,
clicked
it's
on...
red to
no.
go in. Someone removed the signal.
Oh, that was unhelpful. Well, I'll
So
set it to
there's no
Science
exit
Pickup
signal.
manually anyway.
There you go.
Hurrah!
That's why.
Thank you.
I don't know why there was a signal missing there.
Yeah,
I assume it was me who removed it, but
presumably, because I haven't messed around with that area at all.
I assume it was with me trying to spaghetti all the belts in. I needed to remove it for some reason. And then
Yeah, or you
back.
just right-clicked accidentally on it or something. It's easily done. Right, now the train will hopefully turn up. Yeah, the lovely thing about each time you design a new type of, well, anything, is you then get to go in and rebuild all of your infrastructure. So once we develop that's already programmed. Once
I feel like the rocket landing now should
Yikes.
be hitting some of the bots.
Yes. What was I saying? Yeah. So when you develop trains, and then you need to go in and redesign all of your infrastructure to deal with that. Then you develop spaceships, and need to go in and redesign everything again for that, and so on and so on. It's a never-ending system of nonsense. This is the one that's only getting 4 into it, isn't it? Yes, it is. So that means I now do this one across here like this. There we go, and I can do that. And hopefully, the train will still register that it's full. I'm not quite sure whether I trust it to or not, but we'll find out. It's as full as it's allowed to get, but we'll find out whether it's actually genuinely, truly full. Oops. Oh well. And rockets. Actually, I haven't done blue. Let's do blue first. I think I've done blue and gold the wrong way round, but I actually don't care. And rocket, and then I'm just dropping these in my inventory because I'm clumsy like that. I'll ditch them out in a moment. Put those there, and then finally production, like that. Phew. You get rocket and blue, and yeah, orange. No, not that one. Give me that back. And then these go into here like that. Right, and now I can unwire all of these cables that I put in by mistake because I wasn't thinking through through properly how I was supposed to do everything. Like that. There we go. So now all of these flow through, we fill the train up, and the train goes, now what? So we say until full, then we say go over to, did I put in a, no I haven't put in a station to drop these off at yet, so we'll just leave that there filling up merrily. Okay, right, let's go and put somewhere for this to go. Yeah, so the problem I had last time was that I went through all the stages as you do. So I put in a system of rockets, and then I went into putting the spaceships. The spaceships are much bigger, so you need much larger landing areas for everything. So it just didn't work. Yeah, so I did have to then go in and put in additional basically put in a new spaceport that could deal with spaceships. So that was definitely very much a thing.
Laurence, just to let you know, it may well be fine, but we will not get any more production or utility science because
Yeah, I noticed that we're not getting any memory cards in. Yeah. We're also not making thermofluid there anymore, so that also could potentially be a problem. But as you say, it may be fine. It depends how many are needed for all of the other stuff that we get up to. Right, let's put in a space station.
They do seem to be used for basically all. One of them seems to be used for pretty much most sciences, so we will need another source of them at some point.
Okay.
Yes. Not necessarily an immediate thing.
And then, yeah, like this. And oh, we're going to need a refueling system, so let's give it a little bit more up here. 1, 2, 3, maybe like that. That seems to be reasonable. Right. Oh yes, I wasn't. Yeah, I suppose ships can grow as well, but I was. Yeah, I was. No, I was meaning more that the spaceships are much bigger than rocket landing pads. So you can't just go, okay, well I've built up my rocket garden, so I'll just swap it over for a spaceship garden now that now that I need spaceships because they won't fit. Where am I? Warehouse. Click properly, Laurence. There we go. Warehouses. Oh, it's not going to tell me where I need to put the warehouse. Oh, it hasn't put the station down yet. That's why. Come on, bots. Build the things that build in the order that I'd like you to build in. There we go. There's a station. So we're going to have one. Two, hang on, what? Wait. Right. 1, 2, 3. And the same there. And we're going to need a load more of this underneath here. So we get all of them coming, all the science packs pouring out here, across this way, into the science park over here. With some sort of general bus-based mess over here. Okay, Matt's mostly alright. I'm still a little concerned how we're going to get the deep space sciences in. That's going to be a slight awkwardness, but we'll work something out. And then over here we need a huge number of these again. So have you built it so you've got a different rocket pad for each different resource that you're bringing up? So I got to the stage where I had I'd have a rocket for bringing up green circuits, a rocket for bringing up red circuits, a rocket for bringing up iron, a rocket for bringing up copper, and so on. And so I did eventually want to replace those all with a spaceship that was bringing up green circuits and so on. I'm not sure I ever quite got that far actually. I think a lot of the sort of the relatively mundane things like that I just kept being brought up by spaceship for quite a for a very long time. But then I put in a spaceport that was bringing for the spaceships that would bring in slightly more complicated stuff. Because then you also need, well, I from the way I built it, I also needed to worry about all the infrastructure for doing the for refueling my spaceships as well. Because I didn't do that separate somewhere else. I did it all in Norbit, where they landed, and brought the fuel there from elsewhere. Where are the science labs? There they are. Space station lab, space lab. Sorry. We've got 2 of them at the moment. I'll put 1 in to start with. Have I got that in line with everything else? I have. Wow, that wasn't even deliberate. Yeah, we'll just put 1 in for now, and then beacon it as well. What's the best beacon we can afford at the moment? Basic beacon. Okay. I'll put that over here.
I've turned off the speaker.
Actually,
Just
that's not-
alerts for low science because we're going to have low
thank you.
science for a while.
That's an excellent point. I hadn't thought of that. Thank you. Okay, and once again along here, we're going to need to configure all of these to be filtered correctly. So the train is going to be the opposite way round. So that means the further in one is going to be red, green, grey, and plus.
Copy paste.
Yeah, actually, yes, that would work, wouldn't it?
Or copy, rotate, paste.
Yeah. That's a much better idea than programming them manually.
Otherwise, you have to remember, and
Yeah, that's
wouldn't
never
want
going
to
to go
do
well.
that.
That was easy. Right, there we go. So that's going to unload all of those into there. We then need that again here, and well, actually, I could do what someone was suggesting earlier about spreading them out a bit. That's a nicer idea. So put that one there, then those 2 there, and then that. What's next? That one there. Wait, no, I've got that wrong. Try again with less fail. Those 2 there, then that one there, then that one there, and we'll link those 2 up. That was still need to go there then in that case, because I put those 2 in like that. There we go. So we've got an odd number of science packs again, and there's going to be another 2 coming through eventually. So it's still going to be an odd number. That's unhelpful, but never mind. Right, this is where I need to link all of these up to this warehouse, so we don't overload the warehouse. So now I need to put in this cable along here and along here. That, and then we have a belt coming off here. 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 You know what? Let's put that down here because it's a bit silly having it up there. And then move this one down. I'll just move this one down a little bit. I mean, this may be temporary. We might end up putting this in somewhere else. Why did I copy, not paste? I don't know. Copy, not cut, rather. And that over there. Right, so we have 5 belts worth of science packs coming out here, which is, well, 4.5 belts of science packs coming out here, which is good because that's what we had before. We're then going to have these 2 coming in. Oh wait. We're going to have these 2 coming in here like this. So we're going to have many sciences along here. But then that's kind of what we want, because that's how science happens. Right, I need to program all of these up. So you are unloading if that sort of science is less than 1,000. You are if it, in fact, copy, paste it all the way across there. Then you're doing utility, production, I don't know. You're doing space. Your gold, rocket, in fact. Your blue. Your plus. Grey. Green. Red. Right. So when the train turns up, half of it should get dumped straight out into here immediately. And then and then they'll all start to flow down here, and some of the rest of it will come out as well. So that should be good. We'll then bring all of these over here and feed them straight into this machine over here. So we have, yes, each of these is is 2. Yeah, each of these is going to be 2. So along here we want to put that, and it's slightly too high up, but we'll sort that out in a moment, I think. So if this comes across here in the sort of standard busish way, then it'll pop up here, come around here like this. Have I got enough space to do this is my big question. I haven't got enough space to do this. We're going to have to bring some of them across further down. Have I got enough space in total? In fact, you know what? I'm just going to move this whole thing upwards because this is stupid. Let's not make this harder than it has to be. And also, how many of these belts am I going to need in the end? So we've got the 5 coming out of here, plus there'll be a 6th one as well eventually. Then another 8 for the space sciences, 10 for the space sciences. In fact, when you count deep space as well, so that's 16 of them. Okay, so being able to put 7 along the bottom and 7 along the top is going to be very nearly enough. We'll just have 2 coming in the side as well, perhaps. Okay. So now I want to take all of that. Move it up a bit. I'll line it up with this one. Why not? Yeah, like that. And then this all the way across here like that. And then I'll wait for that to get built. In fact, while I'm waiting for that to get built, let's demolish. Let's tidy up this area because we'll probably run out. I was going to say we'll probably run out of science packs. That's not actually true, but we can get rid of. If we take out that and both of those. Like that, and then I can and we can get rid of this alarm system here as well, and then feed that up like that, and then just generally tidy this belt up a little bit like that. Get rid of all of this and all of this, and then over here this is sort of okay. We'll get rid of that and those and that and those and that. Oh. Ah! Weird things happen when the server saves. Two big sushi belts for science. I did 2 big sushi belts for science back in the olden days, in my previous run, which worked. It worked. Nothing more to say about it than that. Which is why I'm gonna do something different this time, because that's how.
Laurence.
Yes.
That last one especially, or particularly if you want the least informative. Things are backing up on the disposal belt because we're not going burning through used data cards fast enough.
Right. Okay. Thank you for eventually using your words.
You mean pings aren't sufficient?
No, oops. No, because I didn't notice them. So they're clearly not sufficient.
You were talking, so I was waiting until you'd finished before.
Very kind. That's going to be right apart from the power problems. Oop, no. Oh, for goodness sake, that way. I don't know whether it's slightly less responsive due to lag or whether I'm just being impatient. It's probably the latter, but.
I say you impatient?
Yeah, no,
Never have I ever heard such a scurrilous accusation in all my
it doesn't seem like what how you describe me. No.
Exactly, yeah.
You say it's a bit too early to think about deep space science. I disagree. I think if you make your basic design with the later levels of whatever taken into consideration, then you stand a slightly better chance of things then just working, slotting in nicely later on. Now I am aware I've made a bit of a I've not left quite enough room for deep space science in one particular place, but mostly it's not too bad. I think while this is doubling that up was great, I think I also need to do increase that as well, because I think we're going to be having more of yeah, we're going to have a lot more broken data cards coming out, and they don't get processed very quickly. It takes it's only 5 seconds to process one actually, but they seem to be going past and building up a backlog when they weren't before. Yeah, that is quite a lot of backlog and junk and general rubbish on the belts there. But yeah, once now we've this I suppose is the downside of the one big general purpose disposal belt, is that when it backs up, everything backs up. When something starts to back up, everything backs up, and you have to work out where the problem is. Oh, okay. You've yeah. Well, I mean, up here, this is looking at what Jeremy was saying a while back. I've got the one rocket landing here, and then sorting it out into various warehouses all down here to make a bus. So yeah, I mean, you can do that sort of thing, and it can work quite nicely. I think later on, I prefer to have more specialized rocket, basically one rocket or one spaceship for each ingredient. But yeah, when you want to bring lots and lots of different things up together, this sort of system works very nicely. How do you program the train? That's the clever bit. So what I'm going to do for that is go in and take the train's contents and compare it against a list of and then add it to negative numbers of all of the cards of the amount that's supposed to be coming in the train. So if the train's full, subtract 1 for each type of card, and then when any one of them runs out, we can send a signal to the train to clear off and go and get something and go and get more of them. I'll show you in a minute, or a few minutes. You could use time, but then you have the train rattling backwards and forwards unnecessarily when it doesn't need to. Yes, Fox, it's still very, very busy. There's lots of stuff to do. We could put deep space science somewhere else, but it's nice to have. Oh.
Tashikutan got a missed rocket.
Oh, no.
That's annoying. How far did it miss by? Where is it?
Yeah, I wanted to extend our side production, so I sent a supply rocket there.
Oh right. That explains why a rocket went to Tashikutan. I hadn't quite got to the why was a rocket going to Tashikutan stage, but okay, that explains why it went there. And ooh, this is laggy. Oh, it crashed. Oh, it crashed here into the free power area. That's helpful. Okay.
There's
yeah.
also
So
a bunch of scrap there, which is interesting.
oh, yeah. So that is interesting. Wonder where that came from. Yeah, so we are going to have everything on a railway system. So we're going to have things like we're going to produce all of the Astro catalogues down here. I don't know why Tristan's put an Insight one in there for these things. That's kind of wrong because it's catalogues that are being produced in these areas. But never mind.
Because it's going to be all the tiers of catalogues.
I suppose.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the point is you then bring all the catalogues to a central location, so you can make the significant data out of them. In the efficient way. If you don't bring it all to a central location, then you have to use less efficient ways of making the significant data. So now we have the significant data here. We're also going to want to do the deep space science here, even though there isn't a way of making significant data from it. But I believe you still need significant data to make it. So that's why we're going to do it that way, this way, that away. Does that make sense?
I'd forgotten that deep space science didn't have needed significant data.
I'm sort of assuming it does. I have to admit I'm not certain.
I don't remember from last time.
No, nor do I. I could look it up, but where's the fun in that? I feel it's sort of spoilery to look up recipes that are off in the distant future like that. And so I'm not going to. Mostly dar. Right, there we go. There we go. So that is my science park. I'm going to need power up here as well, so let's put one of these like that. So far, so little, but you know, it'll get there. So what? So we were asking, how am I going to make the trains run on time? Well, the first thing is that's not the right button. The first thing is to go and have a look at the other train, which is over here, and say, so you're supposed to be, right, we're going to have a problem with that inventory thing there. I'm going to need to fill the other spaces up in this one with something. So here we go. These don't count as full going towards the supply, the stuff going in the rocket. So the train, sorry. So I could put a few more of each of these science packs in there, and I think that's.
Is
Or
it
I could
not
put.
the missing things in the inner wagon?
Oh, sorry, no, you're right. Yeah, this one is. Oh, right, okay. No, we just haven't had enough of those science packs come through. So that's also annoying.
We're probably not going to.
And they're not going to, no, because we've run out of data cards.
You could have an inactivity at this end.
True.
10 or 30 seconds of inactivity. It means that science pack is just not being produced.
Yeah. All right.
No, because it'll just rattle back again afterwards.
Yeah, it'll just end up going back and forth forever. Basically, what we actually need to do is just fix the lack of memory cards over here. Probably by having a train drop some off, put them on the bus, which is a
instead of substrate.
Oh yeah, yes, that's true. We just replace the substrate one. Yeah, it makes sense. Wherever that is. Where is
That empty
substrate?
belt.
Oh, it's an empty belt. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, no, that's
Above you, the rows above uranium. The set above the one with uranium.
Yep.
'cause
Oh, I
that's bright
see it.
green.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we'll set that to be memory cards. I won't unset that because then we get all kinds of nonsense going down there. There we go. So now it's memory cards instead. I also need to reprogram this to not pass out memory cards. So we need to set 10 million, minus 10 million on there. Oh, 1 million is probably fine too. So those will then come along here. La 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 la. And I don't want them to go up here. In fact, all of this up here is now unnecessary. Should I just destroy all of this? I think that's probably the right thing to do. TM. And that actually I don't need any of this if I'm taking that out. So we can take those out as well, and those. Do a little bit of tidying up while I'm here. Get rid of all of this and that. Right. So we also then we won't be having anything coming out down here. So we can get rid of all of this. We'll get rid of those red. Yeah, if we get rid of those red circuits, they'll be taken away and put somewhere more useful. We don't need any of this either. But what we do need is a belt coming up here carrying those data cards. So bring us along here like that.
It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, blimey.
Thank you. Just do that, I think. Bring us around this way. And then up here, like this. And get rid of all of that and that. And oh, I've cut off the power to a thing. Have I cut off the power? I've cut off the power to everything. Put pylon in there. Then I can carry on tidying up some of this stuff. And I need a small pylon there as well to power that. There we go. Crisis will be averted once once a bot brings this out. I've slightly broken it. Okay, there we go. It's fixed now. Normal service is resumed. Right, so this will then start working once we bring a train full of memory cards in. Okay, that's good. I'll do that in a moment. In fact, I'll do that now because that's the thing that's limiting my train from working as I would like it to. So let's put in another station in here. So we'll take a space station. Yeah, this needs to unload.
Does anyone think they've set up a cannon for lithium?
No, I believe.
No.
I trust you're
That's a
fueling your
long
green
way.
circuit train at the other end, because it ain't getting fueled up here.
Yes. That's what all the spaghetti's for.
Yeah. I thought you probably would be. I'm doing the same with the, or I will be doing the same with the science train as well. Did I connect? Oh yes, you're right. I disconnected the. Yes, I disconnected this one down here because I was faffing around with doing. I was going to move it across to be neater with more neatly with all the rest of these belts, but actually there's probably no point in doing that. Let's just do it over here, like that. What is this doing? Oh, it's coming from all the way down there. Crikey, I forgot just how long those things are. I don't even know what that is. Must be that's probably one of the sciences coming in. Yeah, these are amazingly long. Right. Yeah, there we go. There's the rockets, the space science being pumped into there again. Right. So up here we need to still need to put in the station bits. So we need a station. It goes. If I just not put down quite enough scaffolding for that, I have not. Crump. Let's put that in, and these go in. Here and here. Then we have loaders, or unloaders rather. Oh, for goodness sake. Why am I apparently incapable of counting to 2? Putting a warehouse in the right place.
No comment.
Probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, do still need that. And then we'll bring belt of it down here. And I suppose that gets run straight into the warehouse of everything else as well. Oh dear. The amount of random stuff that we're putting into these warehouses is amusing. I haven't really left enough room for that, but that's fine. We'll do it in a slightly dirty way. The splitter goes there, belt goes across here, down here, this way. Like that. There we go, lovely. And then at some point we'll wire that in a moment or 3. Right, up here, you are going to be a memory card drop station. No, they're called something else. Blank data cards drop. There we go, that one. Then we're going to do the programming, otherwise we'll get far too much everything through. Fill it up with fish, yeah. You can't set a filter on a splitter or loader for an item you can't make yet. There's no way. Actually, well, there's no way unless you can paste it from somewhere else, somebody else who has already made one. If they send you a blueprint string, that I think would work. I'm not putting it on a timer and just having it shuttling backwards and forwards. I know electricity's free, but eventually the batteries do wear out, and also it's just not the right way to do things, to be honest. So I'd rather do it properly, essentially. Enable condition when blank data cards is less than 1,000, I guess. I think I was doing 2,000 elsewhere, but that's good enough. So that's now enabled. We should be summoning a train. Are those like? Yeah, I think so. Yes, that's enabled. So we'll probably get a train here once we've made enough data cards. They'll pour down here, going down here. Then I need to hook up down here so we don't get too many of them. Want that to load when, again, blank data cards is less than 1,000, I guess, down here as well. That seems like a number. It should be fine. So those will then go in here. They'll rattle down all the way down here and go out on this belt. They'll come out here and go into the previous existing system, and that should, wherever it is, yeah, up here, previously existing system to make all the science stuff. My biggest concern is that we're going to run out of thermofluid at some point, but we do still have 10,000 of it. No, we still have 17,000 of it available in one form or another. So I think we should be all right with that for a while at least. So we'll pump that round, yeah, make all of the sciences once again. I hope. Fingers crossed. Okay, Madman. Good night. Thanks for joining, and we'll catch you later. Is there a difference in UPS between delivery cannons and cargo rockets? I have no idea, to be honest. I feel like delivery cannons are probably slightly more UPS heavy, but I'm honestly not sure. Why is this sad?
Things happen more frequently with delivery cannons.
Yes.
So they're probably the rockets will have a bigger impact, but it's less frequent.
Oh, there's a
So,
pipe missing here.
Debatable.
How weird. So yeah, we backed up on contaminated scrap because there's a bit of pipe missing. I think that must have always been missing, and we've just been producing so little contaminated cosmic water from here that
Oh, because that's the 1% of 1% of 1% sort of thing, isn't it?
not quite, but not far off. Yeah. Yeah, every 20 contaminated scrap produces 1 contaminated cosmic water, and you can fit 100 in a piece of pipe. So 4 pieces of pipe plus the undergroundy bits being a bit more was been absolutely fine for a long time. And now it's running again, and will hopefully catch up. Yeah, it's catching up already. Excellent. Right, so that should mean the science will start to happen again eventually. So at the other end. Over here, yes. Right. We need to stop putting bloody cables in the warehouses. Tries to hit the wall. I want to put down a thing.
Laurence.
Yes.
Just for your information, the filtration plants don't pass water through.
Okay.
That's something on Taishikuten, so one of your first builds, and was limiting the immersite production.
I thought that was limited because I only. No, that's been limited by electrolysis. I thought that'd been limited by the electrolysis plants.
Yes, and one route of that was, or of the whole chain was the what's it?
No, these ones here that are turning water that are making the hydrogen. I thought the hydrogen was the limiting factor.
Maybe as well, but these were struggling currently.
Okay. Oops. Thank you. So I need to. You put in a decider combinator. I'm gonna put in a decider combinator here as well. I mean, I could probably do it without, but I feel like that doing it with a decider combinator is going to make it easier on my brain. So what we're going to do here is link up with green cable that, and eventually that, and probably that as well. And then we'll send a signal from here, which we'll put into here, and we will pass to the train, which we can't do yet because we haven't wired it up. But we'll pass that to the train when anything goes negative. So in here we want to have -1 of each science pack. So we'll take we don't do basic tech cards. We do these ones. -1. We'll do green. -1. Do grey. -1. Blue. Gold. Space. Production. Utility. It's funny how I give these ones their names, whereas I just call the other ones by their colours. There's probably some sort of deep psychological thing in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, that's the lot of them. Okay, so now we go back to putting in these cables. We have that also goes to there, and we'll have it wired up to there as well, so we can have a glance at what the numbers are, and then we'll feed from there to there. We also need power over here, because that's apparently not a thing. Put that there on the corner's fine. And then you are going to say when anything is less than 0, then I want you to output 1 T for train. And this here is going to send to train. Yeah, so the train will park here all of the time, and then when it runs out of Oh, should I pull the signal out of the train as well? Yeah, because otherwise, as soon as the train arrives, it'll immediately try and leave again. So we need to include the contents of the train. So we need to read train contents. And we need to feed... Yeah, and we can feed that into here as well. Like that. Yeah, that should work. So we add up the number. Yeah, so we'll add up the number in the warehouses and the number in the train together, and subtract 1 from it. And if that's still, and if it's negative, then we'll send a T out, and then that means we can tell the train over here. If we see, we need to add another station, which is the science. We haven't named the science drop. So we call this one science drop. Then over here, we take the science train, which is you, and we say science pickup, then we say science drop, and we say stay there until circuit condition of t equals 1. So that means the train will come to the pickup end here and wait there until it's absolutely full of all of the sciences. Then it'll trundle off, it'll go to the other end, and it'll sit there until there is 0 of any one of the sciences. When there is none, when one of the sciences is run out, then it will head off back over here and go get some more. Right, that should work nicely. You do need fewer rockets than cannons to match throughput. However, until you've got about 50% rocket reusability research, the building all of the delivery cannon capsules is significantly cheaper than building the rockets to transport stuff. And when you get to having and when your rockets do, even when your rockets do become technically cheaper, you do still then have to pay for fuel as well. So delivery cannons are a lot cheaper, but they are the throughput from a single delivery cannon is much lower than the throughput of a single rocket pad. However, you could put in a number of delivery cannons if you wanted to, and they would still be cheaper than a single rocket. It's not more than a few levels of research, Jeremy. You have to get up to about 50%. Or at least you did back in 0.5. You did. I did the maths back then, and that's where I got to. So if we send this train off manually, it'll now head off with all of that science on board. Trundle around here. Trundle. And it'll come up here, and hopefully all of this unloading will happen as if by magic. And it'll get down to the point where it runs out of one of the science packs, and then maybe it'll consider going away again. So it'll stop here, and immediately go away again. What are you doing? No. I've done something wrong here, apparently. So right, what happened here? The train pulled up in the station. Let's give it a delay signal as well. Manual. Wait. Fair enough. Right. So the train has pulled into the station. Let's automate it for a second. Right. Nothing is unloading. We should be reading the train contents and have big... We should be seeing... Yes, okay, there we go. We're getting big positive number. Oh, there's probably some sort of horrible lag condition in there. So, okay, let's change this to... And 10 seconds have passed. So that'll force it to stop and wait there briefly. So that should actually sort it out now. So it'll pull in, it'll wait for 10 seconds at a minimum. It'll try and unload, and at the moment it's not unloading because of reasons. Because it's in the wrong way round. What? How did I get that wrong? That's really annoying. I know how I got it wrong. I sent it out and then sent it to come back in again. So I put a secret third option in the secret third station in the itinerary. Damn it! Right, okay. This time it should work. Oh. There we go. Here's the train. It's the right way around this time. So there we go. It's unloading, and the unload these are now. Actually, I've got it on both sides of this belt. I feel like that's wrong somehow. Let's do that. There we go. Maybe sort that out later. Actually, better idea. Let's rotate that like that, and have another option for belt to come in there. It'll put it on the other side for now, but never mind. Okay, so we unload the train here. It's all going to flow out. There we go. We ran out of one of them, so it was this one, the utility science. All of those went. So the train went, okay, I've run out of utility science. I should go off and get some more. Now I should probably put on an inactivity, a 1 second inactivity on here as well, because otherwise it's just going to clear off. It could have waited a bit longer, basically, is what I'm saying here. It could have waited a bit longer and unloaded a bit more of the science before it departed like that. However, now it's gone back over here, where it will then, as you can see here, it's now starting to load back up again with all of the science packs that it unloaded at the other end. However, there's still the shortage of these ones. Well, I don't know why there's a shortage of the. Oh, okay, these are just being made at an insufficient rate. That's why there's a shortage of the space ones. These two are not being made at all because we haven't had any memory cards come. We have had some memory cards come through. These are wrong, like that. There we go. Now we've had some memory cards come through, so we can start making the more advanced science packs and feed those up into these and get those running. So yeah, this is now, I believe, is going to work. It's just there's a bit of filling up of the train required before it'll leave again, because as you can see, if we look inside it, we've got a distinct shortage of utility science packs and of the production science packs, and a bit of a shortage of the space ones as well. The rest of it though is all full. Good. Well, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, color coding the locomotives is oh, it looks like it's already it's sort of ready hue there. I don't know which way round to color code them. Let's make this end white because it's got the sort of the funny things going into it. And this one's got
If you change the colours, then we'll get the underglow, which may be fine. I'm just mentioning.
Okay, no, we don't want trains glowing if they're not our personal trains. I'll leave it alone then. Yeah, it should never be a problem, except when some muppet goes in and sort of makes the train do something manually. So as long as you just leave it running on automated mode, then we should be all right. And if anyone is fiddling with it and making it do manual things, that means in theory they're looking at it and then therefore will hopefully work out what the problem is and sort it out themselves. TM. Yeah, the colours aren't very obvious. It's just a sort of a stripe, a badly painted stripe down the length of the train like that, which when you zoom out looks like it's just a sort of dodgy reflection effect. So yeah, it's not great, but I don't know. It would look weird if you just coloured the whole train in, I think, and that the sort of sleek greyness of the space trains is very much deliberate. Maybe you could colour code this stripe down the middle of them, but then that's, I think, is supposed to be a window, so again that wouldn't really work. The belt limiter will read from all of the warehouses because all of the warehouses are linked together by cables already. This whole system here is all of the stuff in all of these warehouses is all added up together and goes onto the into the red signal here, and is then has the shopping list subtracted from it and is sent back down to Norvis, so we know what stuff wants to be sent up. So yes, this connection here goes to all of the belts throughout the entire throughout the entire system. Although we don't seem to be getting data cards passed through all the way. So what's going on here? Why are you stopped? So you run when there's less than 1,000 data cards in theory. So, and you're red, so that you think there's 1,000 data cards in here. There are 1,000 data cards in here. Oh, why are you not? Oh, they are getting passed through. It's just there's so much other stuff coming out of this rocket that's just landed that they're not getting the opportunity to go through. Okay, so once this finishes unloading into here and getting passed on down, then this should start to flow again. It looks like we've hit the point where the throughput of the rocket landing system is now struggling a bit to keep up with the sheer amount of stuff we're sending up here. So there we go. They're flowing a bit as they
How full is the landing pad at the moment?
Why don't I just mouse over it? 95, 94 stacks.
Okay, so that's sort of there's a couple of hundred there.
Okay, so we are getting through it reasonably quickly. Yeah, there we go. So now you see that, and you've got the memory cards coming out down here, and in sort of fits and starts because of the way they're being fed in at the top here, and this is still emptying, but it is basically working. We're probably going to be
About
getting a lot of
250.
science data cards science data cards going into the rocket as well, or we probably already have had a lot of science data cards going into the rocket, rather, actually.
Oh, do you mean substrate?
No, I mean tech cards.
Oh, right. They're all out,
Okay.
basically.
Yeah.
Oh, no, blue and green are keeping. Actually, quite a few of them have kept up. Yellow
Okay.
hasn't.
Yellow. The gold ones are the most expensive ones, so that makes sense. We're probably making them a bit more slowly than the others. Okay.
It looks like all the rest are backed up and just sitting there going, no, I'm fine.
Okay, that's good. Oh, the other thing is that there's various other things happening up here. Like we seem to be feeding steel in for some reason. We've got the delivery cannon chest that also feeds into here. So basically, all the stuff that comes in from anywhere is being fed straight into this landing pad, except for this one actually. The data cards I put straight into this warehouse, and maybe that was a mistake. If I put them into here, then they'd have got priority because they'd have been being fed into here. And oh, there we go. Now it's finished. Now that one's finished. This can now start to flow a bit more readily, and they'll be passed straight down here, and pour out of here at the same rate they're pouring at the top. So now we should have lots and lots of memory cards available. And if we look up here, actually, we can see that we have got memory cards available now. They are flowing through. All of the system is now generally starting to run again, and so we should be starting to get these science packs out again. And they are running, so yeah, problem is solved, at least for now. And it should stay solved, actually, because of the way all the infrastructure works together. The only thing that's I think is a risk factor here is that we might eventually run out of thermofluid. But as I said, we've got about 18,000 of it in the tanks here, so I think it's going to be a good while. I don't think these machines get through a huge amount of it, and especially if Tristan can take the energy science away and have that being done somewhere else. Oh, that's a thought. We've got all of this stuff, all this system along here producing energy science, but that one, I don't think I am feeding into the train.
Worst case, I can just put a request. Put a requester.
I don't even know where Energy
somewhere.
1 goes. Oh, it must come up here, actually. Oh. Yes, I've... Okay, it is actually being brought in over here. So, yeah, it is being brought in, actually. I'll fix that. That means along here I can... Where am I? Right at the opposite end of the world. Of course I am. Alright, let's fly over and sort the train out. So yeah, I can put the energy one into the train for now. It's going to be we'll need to make sure we deactivate that later. But for now, I can add it to the to the things. So give me that. There's only 20 of them in there. Nope. There we go, like this. All of these are now energy 1. Turn that off. There we go. Okay, and down here I need to set up this to filter plus size science. Off it goes to the right, and then finally another red cable over here to tell that to stop running if energy 1 ever gets to 1,000. No, 2,000. Probably won't, but you know that's our target. So now it's going to be even longer until this train goes, because it's going to need 2,000 energy science packs to arrive. I can see some manual use running of this train being in its future, just to say, okay, we want to do a bit of science. We don't have enough. Just give the train a kick so it runs automatically. For now, eventually, eventually, who knows? Eventually, maybe we'll be producing it fast enough that it's not so much of an issue. Yes, we will definitely be switching to the space elevator once we have it researched. That's what we're trying to work quite hard towards. Yeah, the blank data cards, David, were not running because, as I think I've explained, there was just too much stuff coming out of the rocket pad, and it was just it was blocking all of that system. So these are going to come into here. That's conveniently I can put them onto this belt here. So we're going to have an exerter here, which is going to be doing. No, you're not. You're not going to be doing that. You're going to be doing energy science. Turn it around, put the stuff back in. There we go. I like there's an easy way to clean those when they go wrong like that. So is that, and now we need another one of these, but doing something slightly different. Do I have one of those? I do. Let's reprogram that to be energy science, and we'll put the do I have one of those as well? I do. Excellent. So I can put in Get the red cable like that, and what are you doing? Oh, you're on that one, so switch you over to energy science. There we go. I might as well build that for the sake of completeness. Right, I do need to come over here and clean up some of these red data cards out now because I've repurposed one of the belts. So do that. La 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 la. Come on. It's quite a long belt, I guess. I'll pick up a little bit more. There we go. And then put those back into here like that, and you can have the greens as well. Okay, so now we'll have the energy science coming out here as well. That's all of that dealt with reasonably appropriately, I think. And yes, if we can get a train over here, we can now start. Actually, we could do an Astro 1 research now if we wanted to. What's a priority Astro 1 research? Well, I could do Astro 2. That's not enormously exciting. Microwave telescope, that's part of Astro 2. X-ray telescope, same. Are there any actual toys in here?
One of the toys is Zone Discovery.
I don't think we
but
care
that's,
about Zone Discovery.
Not particularly. And rocket
Jetpack.
survivability.
We get
stuff.
Jetpack 3. We can get the cryo gun. Aeroframe scaffold and beryllium low density structures. Oh, beryllium low density structures. Is that a different? There's a recipe for making low density structures from beryllium. That might be worth going. Oh no, I think I decided that was horrifically complicated, and that's why I didn't even design the facility to work around it.
Are you deliberately looking at Astro 2 stuff?
No, I just went too far. So the only toys are cryo gun, Jetpack 3. Yeah, those are the only two toys for Astro 1, I think.
I just can't see the jetpack.
Jetpack equipment 3. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th one in the red. Oh no, I'm looking at the red area because I'm doing that wrong.
That
sorry.
is still Astro 1.
It is still Astro
via
1, but
aeroplane poles.
Via yeah, okay.
Oh, thermal radiating efficiency.
Oh, that's worth having actually. Yeah,
and
let's
switch over all of them.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Because we don't care about the speed one. That was just to research something.
Yeah, we don't care about rocket anything. I mean, we might care about survivability a little bit. Actually, it's only 16 packs for the first one. Oh, I haven't put the hang on, I haven't put the productivity modules in the science lab.
Ah,
my bad. No, or the speed modules, but that's less of a problem. What are our best prod mods at the moment? Are they 3s?
I think they're only 3s.
Okay. It's okay.
Oh,
we'll get better ones eventually.
Because Mark's made us Vitamelange extract, we can make 4s now.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll put 3s in for now.
120 extract each.
Oh, we need to get the extract here somehow. That's going to be the hardest part of it.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. I've summoned those, and this beacon is probably going. Can I module insert for a beacon? I can, and it goes. I don't know what's gone. I don't know what's asking for. Oh, it's asking for speed 2s. Okay, and they're on their way. And there's those. Right. Okay, that's good. Got that.
Half of them.
Okay. We should probably stop, shouldn't we? Really?
Who thinks they have a surplus of rare metals that they're shipping out?
Probably.
On a remote planet.
Yeah, pretty sure. I think Agnea is almost certainly getting rid of rare metals.
Okay, I'll go and have a look on there. And
almost certainly.
Yeah, you're getting rid of some, but it's very.
Yeah, I mean it's just going to be overspill from the cores. It's not going to be a lot of it.
Yeah, but everything is crammed in there, and that having to spaghetti it out.
Okay. Yeah, and you could repurpose the one that's shooting. You could repurpose the one that's shooting at Norvis and just tell that to shoot at your planet all the time, and send any extra back from there. But that's kind of.
No, it's going to Norbit.
Oh, okay. That's very spaghetti. You could at least put
This is your fault.
You could at least put the delivery cannon down here.
I could.
So it's actually your fault. You can get rid of the accumulators if you want. If you want to put in another dish down there as well, so you could actually continue the whole general theme that's going on there.
Okay, fine.
And just then you could put in a splitter down here and just run the belt across just above them, which is also kind of ugly but would work. And you could then put a priority on it as well, which would be nice.
I was going to prioritise it through circuits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feel free to reroute that stone belt if you want. In theory, the stone belt would have been emptied by now if you're using up the sand fast enough on other place.
You mean other place that's not making any because
Because we're not doing enough energy science, yeah. That's the one. Right, there we go. We are now sciencing again, and we are sciencing with productivity and speed as well, actually. So that's not bad. We're going at plus 48% productivity and plus 190% research speed. Not too shabby. We'll upgrade these as and when we can. Yes, we're only going to use space trains for space and, well, no, we've said we're only going to use space trains on this sort of rail, and we're going to we're not going to send ground trains up into space at all, and we're going to try and minimise the use of this rail down on Norvis. So the space elevator, the trains will go down it, then they'll go out to some sort of loading area, and then go back into it in a reasonably compact area. Reasonably compact on the sort of standards of Factorio, of course. So it's probably going to be quite big. But basically, we're not going to have space trains going all the way out everywhere down on Norvis, basically. So yeah, very much we're going to definitely be using the elevator once we research it. Yes, that's sort of our big push at the moment. The thing we really want as our next thing. Right, I think I've reached a point where I'm good to stop. All the things I've made are basically working, but have ground to a halt for one reason or another. Maybe I should probably start making more catalogues actually, because that would be easy. We'll just put in a few more of the machines over here. Maybe we'll do that now while I think of it. We can certainly make these a lot quicker. I don't know if that's actually necessary, but I don't know but we do seem to need quite a lot of catalogues per science we produce, especially in these early stages where you use quite a lot of where you have to use the inefficient recipes. Of course, this is now going to mean that the telescopes up here are no longer going to be able to keep up, but I can extend those next time.
Would you like to have a look at the power usage in Norbit? It's
Is it a
currently
bit
spiking.
high? Oh, you've turned on the particle accelerator.
I have 4 particle accelerators running over here out of the 6 that I've placed.
Yeah, look at that. You can see the particle accelerator where it kicks in here like this, and then suddenly, yes, you can see where Tristan's put more of them in. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including the one that's on the main bus. Oh dear.
And two of them just haven't run yet because
stick some efficiency
I don't have
modules in them. Get them down to 20% power usage.
So this is creating all the stream stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they are hungry hippos. So you say you put 4 of them in. Oh, over there. Oh, I see. You're creating the streams over there. Right. Okay. Sure. Why not?
That's why I needed the rare metals. One of them uses them apparently.
Yeah.
Conveniently, one of them uses lithium and also plasma, whatever it's called, plasma stream. Also uses lithium.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't put plasma stream on the train.
So yeah, I say yeah. You can get some efficiency modules in those, and that'll bring it down to using 20% of the normal amount of power, and then that's one of the few buildings where it's definitely worth putting the efficiency modules in, because they're so hungry. Oh, I didn't make something like wide enough. Damn it. Right. Well, I'm not going to finish this plan today then probably. Should we just? Is everyone ready to call it a night, or is anyone?
Do you know what efficiency modules we have up here? Then I'm ready.
No.
let's do that and see what happens.
Okay, so today's stream has basically been me making this and getting it working. So this is the science production area where we are going to be where we bring in all the catalogs that get turned into the insights, that get turned into significant data up here, and then get to all of those things get combined down here to make the actual science packs. With some beryllium as well, so we can then pump that down round the belt up here. And goes up here into the research facilities. And so we're going to have another 3 and eventually 4 of these sort of things, blob, 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 up that way, all feeding the science down to go into this one research lab here. And my hope is that we're going to be able to carry on with this. All these systems are going to be sufficiently expandable that we can get the rate of science we want out of them, and get sort of science 2, science 3, science 4 across here. Without running out of space. So we shall see how that goes, because I'm cautiously optimistic. I feel like I built it a bit bigger than I did when I was playing last time. So I've learned some of the lessons there. I've not left quite enough space up and down here. So we've got along here, for example, we've got this column here is for all of the insights to flow up and down. This one is for thermofluid. This one is for science, but there's only room for 10 of them across here, and we're going to have 12, 16 of them trying to come down here. So we're going to have a few coming down over here where they're going to be a bit interfering with the stations a little bit. Even this one's going to interfere with the stations a little bit, but manageably so. Alternatively, we might reckon that there's some spare space over here, and if we could move future science production a little bit further over to the right to create another slot in the bus down here, down which they can go. So I think that's probably going to be a better idea. We'll probably do that. What did I do down here? I didn't do much with the astroscience because that was basically working. I've made some minor fixes up there, but that was about it. And I'm trying to extend this down here. Didn't do a great deal. And then rebuilt the science over here to get the science onto a train system and take it over to science it up. And I think those are basically the main things I did. But that was quite a big job, fairly time consuming, and required a lot of thought. However, now that I've thought through all of this bit, when Tristan gets Energy 1 up and catalogues being produced over here, it's going to be quite straightforward to get the Energy 1 system up here dropped in. It's just going to be basically almost a direct copy paste of all of this, and then just program it up slightly differently, and it should pretty much just work. But we shall see whether that's actually true or not. So thank you very much for watching. I think we're about done, unless anyone has anything they want to quickly show off before we finish. We've seen Tristan's energy eating area over here, which is quite spectacular. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be more stuff knocking around as well. So I hope you've all...
Science is set up. It's missing a couple of inputs, but other than that, it's
saving. What inputs are you missing?
The plasma stream, blue stream, and mirrors.
Ah, right. Okay. So hence this area over here that's building those up. Well, I guess next time I'll build up the energy catalog dealing with systems up here, which, as I say, is going to be a copy of this. It's going to be relatively easy, and all the train infrastructure and all the belt infrastructure and everything. And so it'll be ready when he has them ready, up and flowing. And then we can decommission this and reprogram the train over here and all kinds of other things just to get everything up and running and hunky dory. So. Thank you, No God. You're very welcome. I'm glad you all enjoyed the stream, and I'm assuming you did because you're still here. So much appreciated. Thank you very much for watching as ever, and we'll see you. I won't say see you next week, because actually I'll see you on Wednesday, because there will be an XCOM stream on Wednesday. So things are going well there. Lots of dead aliens, also lots of dead soldiers, which is slightly less good, but we're doing our best there. Then Thursday there will be a GTA video for absolutely everybody. There'll be last week's supporter one for the non-supporters and a brand new one for the supporters, and I'm really pleased with this week's one. This is the one the supporters are getting. I think it's one of my favourite ones that I've produced for quite a while. It includes Mike pretending to be a turtle. You'll enjoy that when you see it. Tomorrow there will be a DIY video coming out for non-supporters. That's the one that came out last week for the supporters. And Friday, Saturday we'll have some of these the update videos for Factorio that you're all very wonderfully used to, I'm sure. And maybe a surprise on Sunday if I get around to having if I have time to make it. So as ever, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.
Bye all.
Bye guys.
All right.